Good morning. We got to have a little more energy than that, guys. It's football season. Welcome to the Queen City. Great to see everybody. First, a thank you to our exceptional team at the American. I can't thank these people enough. The relentless effort they put in, the creativity, that's why we're here in Charlotte today. Thank you to the great people of the Charlotte Convention Center, the Marriott City Center, Visit Charlotte, the Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority, and my great friend Danny Morrison from the Charlotte Sports Commission is here with us today. To our presidents, chancellors, athletic directors, women's administrators, faculty reps, thank you for your leadership in my first year. Your efforts have just continued to make the American a great place. Welcome to Lisa Campos. I just saw her walk in with her son, Christopher, who, get his resume, he's like a future administrator in the college space. And Mike Hill, the athletic director from Charlotte, and the newly anointed chair of our ADs group is also with us today. Welcome to CFP Executive Director Rich Clark and his staff, our friends from the Cotton, Fiesta, Independence, and Orange Bowls, and ESPN events. We have two exceptional leaders in the American retiring this year. Navy Athletic Director Chet Gladchuk, truly a fixture in the industry. The guy's been around longer than the furniture. And USF's remarkable president, Rhea Law. Their impact on the American and on student athletes really cannot be measured. Welcome to our football student athletes. I see you guys all over the place. Saw you at the hotel, seen you in the elevator, saw you try to hit some home runs last night, try being the key word. These 2 days are really about you. It's about your hard work, it's about your stories, and it's about the season ahead. 30 years ago, I was getting ready for my last training camp at Rutgers, and man, do I miss it. So take it all in, feel lucky. Make the most of your opportunities. One thing I know is they won't last forever. Represent us with passion, with grit, with integrity. I couldn't be more excited to get out there and watch you play this season. To our veteran head coaches, welcome back. The effort you put into elevating your programs for the American is truly appreciated. And to our first-year head coaches, we won't call you rookies. We love that you're here, and we're excited for what's ahead. Members of the media, thank you for the effort to be here. The best way to describe what you do, it's so important. Like, you shine the light on student athletes. You are our storytellers. You play a vital role in what we're building and how we're elevating the American Conference. And always great to have fans here. Saw many of you outside. Thanks for joining us for Media Day. We hope you have a great time. So there was a recent tragedy in our conference office home state of Texas, particularly in Hill County, where the loss of life included many young people. We're praying every day for every family that was affected and for the first responders. I bring this up because it's important to be grateful for today. Tomorrow is not guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed. And whatever you do today, don't pass up the opportunity to tell people that you love how you feel about them. So I stood up here a year ago. I was 6 weeks into the job as commissioner at Football Media Day. What a smooth, uneventful year in college sports, right? Nothing happened. But the list of hot topics is growing, so let's talk about it. The House settlement. First thing, I want to thank our colleague conferences and the NCAA for serving as frontline defendants. It was a lot of work. The House settlement's historic. It marks a new era in collegiate athletics. It's not perfect. It's not flawless. It's a step towards modernization, what this industry desperately needs. While we were not a defendant in that case, we opted in, including to the revenue sharing model. Why? It's critical to the future and another illustration of our commitment to consistently invest in student athletes. It's also important that we wrap our arms around, and it's not easy to do, everything that's happening in Washington, D.C. right now. Federal engagement in college athletics is intensifying. Why? Because it's important and people care about it. President Trump issued an executive order saving college sports, creating federal guidelines for name, image, and likeness, for protections of non-revenue sports. Meanwhile, Congress is introducing and advancing two contrasting bills: the SCORE Act, which has been cleared by the committee and is headed to the House, and the athlete-centric College Athlete Economic Freedom Act. These actions underscore the growing pressure to establish a uniform national standard for compensating and protecting student athletes while preserving the viability of non-revenue sports. We also have to ensure Title IX compliance within. There's a lot of things going on that are moving. Why? Because people care so much about this thing. The outcome of these efforts will redefine the structure of college athletics. It will never look the same. Is the employment model the answer? Could it solve some of the challenges? I want to know how that model will protect our Olympic sports athletes. Here's one thing I do know. Compensation brings narrative. We have to avoid the lazy branding that if you're paid, you're professional. So I know in college sports, because I experienced it, it provides life-changing opportunities for hundreds of thousands of young people. And any solution must protect that. Like the NCAA, we look forward to working with student athletes, lawmakers, and leadership to get on a path that enhances, not erodes, what makes college sports so special. We also have to tackle the transfer portal. I want to thank our coaches, many of them in the room. I want to thank Coach Munkin, who's our AFCA representative, for their leadership, because this is a national conversation. It takes guts to put yourself out there and have an opinion. So we're putting it out there today. Let me tell you a story. Last year, after winning our football championship, Army was on the receiving end of the negative impact of the transfer portal. Instead of playing another league champion in a bowl game, which they were set to do, Marshall reneged on their commitment to play in that game, citing an inadequate roster due to transfers during the December portal window. A transfer portal window between the end of the season and bowl games. What the hell are we doing? The current structure, it's a threat to the game. It's a threat to culture. It's a threat to coaches trying to build their programs. It's a threat to young people, because constant movement de-emphasizes commitment and the true benefits of college sports. We need one portal window at the appropriate time of the year. Student athletes should absolutely have the opportunity to transfer one time freely. Coaches change, family situations change. It's reasonable. But beyond that transfer, maybe additional transfers should perhaps require the year in waiting. So let's talk about the college football playoff. Perhaps no better example in the industry right now of progress plus pressure. Rich Clark and I have some things in common. We both played college football, and when we stepped into our new roles, we each entered a CFP system that was vastly different from the one that existed when we accepted the jobs. So it's important for everybody to just understand the state of play. Like, let's educate the room on what's happening. Prior to our arrival, a legal document, the famed MOU that you read about, was signed by every commissioner in that room. And while I wasn't part of that process, I now operate within the terms of that agreement. One that grants authority to Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti and SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey to meaningfully consult with and act on behalf of all FBS conferences and college football to make decisions on what they believe is best for the game and for the playoff. That change, while legal and agreed upon, naturally centralizes influence and decision-making around the college football playoff. Let me be very, very clear. This is not a criticism. It's an explanation of how the system currently works. Every commissioner in FBS has the responsibility to ensure that the decisions that are made with the full breadth of college football and the ecosystem in mind, not just the most powerful corners of it. Tony Petitti is a strong advocate for his league. I have great respect for him and the experience and the passion that he brings to the table. Greg Sankey has long been one of the most knowledgeable and steady voices in college athletics. He cares deeply about the game and about the overall health and success of college sports. But in that room, we work for college football. All of us, including me, work for college football. Thousands of student athletes, coaches, fans. The collective voice has to reflect the entire sport. As Commissioner Sankey shared last week at Media Day, we have a format right now. The 12-team format that was positive a year ago in just its first year. Proposed formats such as the 4-4-2-2 whatever, for certain conferences, run the risk of removing a vital element. It's table stakes, this element, for athletes, coaches, fans, the opportunity to earn it on the field. The excitement of what's possible. Line up, play the games, like let's see where the chips fall at the end of the year. Let's not send a terrible message to student athletes that their opportunity is not as important as others. They have the same goal. I got news for you. These guys sitting back here want to play for the national championship, just like every student athlete in America. So I'm going to be clear about the American and our position on the format. It's this. We are supportive of a format that preserves our access and provides the opportunity to earn more. We believe in a format without anything being guaranteed to any conference. The 5 highest-ranked conference champions should continue to receive an automatic bid, plus a significant number of at-large opportunities, giving anyone the opportunity to earn a spot. Win it on the field, a true merit-based system. We are continuing to audit the selection process, how metrics are used, how fairness is measured, how the system can evolve the right way. This is an important exercise for the future. Don't forget, the BCS did not fall apart because of the format. It fell apart under the weight of confusion, favoritism, and protecting certain programs over others. Like, have we learned nothing from history? That's what the CFP was built to fix. Let's talk about modernizing, protecting, and growing our business. And yeah, it's a business. Business is not a dirty word. This is a mission-driven business. While the world of college sports, including me, debates the symptoms, realignment, collectives, NIL, legal, governance, the root issue remains unchanged. The economics of college athletics simply don't make sense. The business is unsustainable. It's undervalued. It's not been optimized. And I'll tell you this, optimizing it is going to take collective action. It's going to take everybody, and it's going to take guts. It's time to stop apologizing for wanting to generate more revenue and running a business. Our business is investing in college athletics. College athletics, and I say this to all of our presidents every chance I get, is the single strongest marketing arm of any university. It creates more exposure, more interest, more applications, and more enrollment. In any business, you have to just start with your goals. What's our North Star? I know what ours is: to create opportunities for young people to play sports, go to college, earn a degree, set them up for their lives. I can say this stuff because I'm a product of this system. And to this day, even though it's been 30 years, I'm a huge believer in it. Athletics teaches us so many things that will differentiate student athletes from everybody else. Resilience, discipline, how to handle adversity, being a great teammate, and most of all, what every parent wants for their children: life skills. We should be really thoughtful and very careful about building a future for only the top 2%. Because guess what? We got 98% over here that demand our leadership and a meaningful experience. That's our responsibility. With our clear goals in mind, here's a couple ideas. Instead of cutting sports and cutting roster spots in response to the House settlement, we should be adding them by creating new opportunities, new sports, new roster spots for full enrollment, non-scholarship student athletes to compete in athletics. Universities can generate incremental tuition and revenue while deepening affinity, creating more community, and expanding their access. This isn't just good for student athletes in college sports. This is great for the bottom line at universities. The industry needs revenue. Let's add sports. Let's add spots. Let's get on offense and turn campus-wide challenges into growth opportunities. Here's another idea. No single conference or private capital firm in the world can match the upside of collective action. A common sense solution is to unify our media rights across FBS, just like the pro leagues do. We can dramatically increase the total revenue and create a financially sustainable model for the future. Like, there's a pie of revenue out there, but the pie can be so much bigger for every institution. At the American, we're not trying to eat off anybody else's plate. We believe the Autonomy Four deserve more revenue given the value they bring in television viewership, attendance, sponsorship, and more. But I've seen the potential upside of consolidation. I've seen the numbers. They're backed up by data. Revenues can triple. So after a year-long process, on Monday, we officially launched the modernized brand of the American Conference. This is an intentional strategic evolution of who we are and what differentiates us. And it creates a pathway to business growth, commercial growth, a bigger national presence, and increasing our competitive position. A brand is more than a logo. And you know what? The numbers proved it. We turned this thing on Monday, and let me tell you what happened. 1,600 media stories and mentions, a potential reach of over 1 billion, with a B, people. We saw an estimated 3.5 million views, and most notably, generated almost $10 million in earned media advertising value. That's what happens when you spend a year, get on offense, tell your story, and you have clarity and confidence and purpose. I want to thank Carrie Cecil and Hunter Ritz from Anachel and my entire staff at the American for their unified effort to bring this brand to life. It took everybody. And at the heart of it, I talked to the coaches at dinner last night. We're not trying to be fancy. We're not trying to be slick. It's a simplified name, American Conference, a name our fans and many of you in the media have been using for years. So you know what? We're just going to proudly own it now. We've sunset American Athletic Conference. We've sunset the AAC acronym to eliminate confusion, sharpen our voice, and ensure consistent recognition. And I'll be fining people in the media if I hear you saying those things. We defined our values: innovation, grit, service. That's who we are. It's not just words, it's who we are. We introduced a rally call, Built to Rise. This is not a slogan, it's a mindset. Innovation is about having guts, taking risk, being first. It's about momentum and impact. And this year, we led the way. The American was the first conference to implement a league-wide minimum investment and revenue sharing protocol, ensuring that our student athletes across all 15 institutions are supported equitably. We also introduced a new performance-based revenue distribution model to reward competitive success in football and basketball and encourage aggressive non-conference scheduling. Excellence in this league is expected, it's earned, and it's incentivized. To supercharge our business and our revenue growth, we launched American Rise Ventures, a wholly owned commercial division. At the helm is Brian Kalka, our Chief Commercial Officer, and Kelly Sargenti, our Senior Director of Partnership Marketing. Their relationships, experience, and quite frankly, their energy are already taking this league to the next level. We're proud to be part of the ESPN ABC family. We're grateful for the broad-based exposure they provide. We're consistently prominent across the Disney family of networks on national television. It showcases student athletes. It showcases our programs. We're also proud to be partnered with CBS, where some of our top basketball is showcased on broadcast television. Last year, 52 million people watched American football last season. 17 of our games topped 1 million viewers, with many racking up 2 to 4 million viewers. The American Conference Championship game has aired on broadcast on ABC for 10 straight years. This year will be number 11. Army and Navy have been tremendous additions to our conference. Their power of their national brands were showcased last year, both competing against Notre Dame, both those games exceeding 2.5 million viewers. The Army-Navy game drew 9.4 million viewers, the most since 1990 on CBS. In bowl season, 6 of our 8 games surpassed 1 million viewers. Broad-based linear exposure, elevation. The American is consistently delivering value and visibility, and we're not stopping. So the biggest bird in college sports this week is Sora the Eagle. And when we first explored the idea of a mascot symbol for the American, I'd be the first to tell you I was skeptical. There were some arguments, there was some knuckle fighting, there were some screaming matches. We talked about symbols that are uniquely American, and nothing measured up to the bald eagle. Strong, bold. Sora went from this idea to a symbol, to a commercial asset, to a content creator, to a community leader. SOAR is the first ever conference brand ambassador. Brought to life on Monday in the American, we're the first collegiate conference to pioneer a new model of conference branding that leverages intellectual property, much like you see in pro sports. I'm not gonna say this is an original idea, but we're first in college. We're not waiting for this industry, in case you haven't noticed. We're building it, we're leading it, strategically and with purpose and thought along the way. Grit is one of my favorite topics to talk about. I think it has a lot to do with the way I was raised. But it's the engine in the car in this league. Like, we're not slick, we're strong, we're just tough. And I saw it on display last year. Army won 12 games, the most in school history, and earned our football championship in their first year. They were ranked for 10 consecutive weeks, including as high as 16, which was their highest ranking since 1962. They earned it. Memphis won 11 games. Navy won 10 games. Memphis finished in the top 25. We joined the ACC, Big Ten, SEC, and Big 12 as the only conferences in America with 3 10-win teams. 8 of our 14 football programs competed in bowl games. We won the Bowl Challenge Cup. It's this massive trophy that we don't intend to send back to ESPN, by the way, sitting in our office in Dallas. And along the way, we beat Oklahoma, West Virginia, and NC State. We're deep in all of our sports. We saw UTSA this year ride to Austin and beat Texas, the #2 team in the country, twice to win its first NCAA baseball regional in program history. We closed the year by seeing South Florida, their men's track team 4x400 relay, won an NCAA championship. And just put it out there, like, realignment is happening every day. But I'll tell you what we know about realignment. We know the meaning of it. We know the meaning of other conferences wanting your members. It's the ultimate compliment. It reinforces the quality of our institutions, the character of our programs, and the power of this conference. The American builds strong, competitive, resilient programs. So I'm not surprised to be the constant target of realignment. We're building a league with values, a league that has vision, a league with the guts to be first. Last and maybe most important is service. It's our call to lead beyond the field. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say it's important to acknowledge the leadership and the selfless dedication of the men and women enrolled at our 2 service academies. 4 of those student athletes are with us here today. Our cadets and midshipmen embody this mission of service every single day. This past year, every one of our institutions earned academic-based NCAA revenue distributions, a rare and remarkable accomplishment. Memphis had 2 student athletes named as NCAA postgraduate scholars, one of the most competitive academic honors in the country. Our own SAC chair, Jack Kersey, and tennis student athlete, Pablo Alemany. Sadie Golden of North Texas received $12,500 in tuition assistance through the CFP Foundation's Extra Yard for Teachers program, proof of purpose and service-driven partnership. I could go on, but we've got other people you want to hear from more than me, so I'm going to close it out. But I'm always grateful, and I want to say thank you to everyone. Being here is a commitment. What our coaches and student athletes do and my staff do is a commitment. It takes people to make this thing work, and I couldn't be prouder of the people that we have in this conference. We are the American, We're not anybody else. We're not trying to be anybody else. We know who we are. We know what differentiates us. Innovation, grit, service. And the one thing we will continue to do is do our talking on the field. This conference is built to rise. What's ahead of us couldn't be more exciting. So with that, thank you, and I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you, Tim. All right, for members of the media, if you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll get a microphone over to you. And for the courtesy of Tim, please just introduce yourself and your media outlet. We start over in the front row over here, please.
Dan Tortora, wakeupcalldt.com. Tim, how are you?
Hey, Dan.
To look at all the different points that you made, like you said, we're not trying to be anybody else. As we look at this college football playoff world in this landscape, what is it about the teams within this conference that you feel like has spoken on the field and does have that place and carves out that opportunity for the college football playoff connection? Why the American should be a piece of not just the conversation, but the actual seeding every season?
Well, here's what I know. The student athletes sitting in the back and the coaches that are in this league and that I had the opportunity to spend time with last night at dinner, I know what our expectation is to be in the college football playoff this year. I don't think you're going to find anybody in this room in our conference that doesn't believe that and intends to prove that. If you go back a year ago, somebody said to me, how do you know as a commissioner that football season is successful? And I would just tell you, why do I think we belong in that conversation? I'm not going to tell you why. All you got to do is look at last year. We had 4 teams in the national conversation in mid-November. We belong there. Like the fact that Navy and Army and Tulane and Memphis are in that national conversation with 2 weeks left in the regular season says everything we need to say about the American. This league has competitive depth. There were some times, during the year, you'd say, well, I know what's going to happen in this game. I gave up. I think we were an unpredictable league with competitive depth, and I think that's the strength that ultimately moves us over the line.
Other questions, please? We'll go in the back, same side.
Morning, Tim. Tim Buckley with the Daily Memphian,
Hey,
Memphis. Sticking with CFP, how much do you think your voice is being heard? What will it take for the voice of the non-power conferences to be heard more? Are they willing to listen?
The answer to that is yes. What I tell you is when I got the job, Tim, the thing I was most excited about was the CFP meetings. I read about them in the SBJ all the time, and it was like the forbidden city to me. I was like, I can't wait to get in there and see what goes on, right? But what I tell you about the meetings is there's nothing mysterious about it. Everybody's treating each other in that room with respect. People are listening to each other. So as it relates to our position as a conference, I feel great about the voice that we have in the room. But it starts with respect. I have long-standing relationships with every commissioner in that room. I think that gave me a little bit of a running start when I started the job, that there was no period of time where you needed to get acclimated to people. But it starts with respect. You have to treat everybody in the room that way. I expect to be treated that way, but I have never in that room spoken and shared and not felt that I was being heard. And I think in general, people need to remove that mystery. People in that room are trying really, really hard because we did something great last year and we have the opportunity to do something great in the future. And these decisions take time. And we know how fans are. We love our fans, but patience is not at the top of their list of things.
Over here, third row on the left.
Good morning. Hunter Bailey with the Charlotte Observer. Tim, I'm curious. We've seen an increasing number of conferences around the country providing student-athlete availability reports. Is that something you foresee for the American moving forward?
Yeah, so thanks for the question, Hunter. We are rolling out player availability for this season. And I want to just tip my cap to the coaches. They spent a lot of time on this with Jamie Hickson and Shane Elder and our football group at the conference. Again, we're not reacting to anything. We certainly saw it unfold last year. I took the job in June last year, and I think we're a little behind the 8 ball on that, but our coaches did a really great job having a thoughtful process about, okay, well, what's everybody else doing, but we'll put that over here, what works for us. So we will start player availability reporting this season. Player availability will be a game day reporting system, and I think it's an important modernization for where we are as a conference.
Staying on the left, Tim, we'll go to JJ.
So the preseason media poll, first of all, I felt like you guys got enough to do. You know, you have to vote in a poll. But in all seriousness, we thought really long and hard about this, and I do think you see an industry-wide trend where people are moving away from this. I don't know about you all, and I'm probably older than most of you, but you know, I used to love to go down to this little candy store in my town in New Jersey and wait online when the Athlons and the Lindy's and the Phil Steele magazines came out, you know, just to get them and look at the polls and see who was ranked where. And they were actually pretty damn accurate. I think the reason we're moving away from this now is I think it's more difficult to actually put your finger on how this should look, given that rosters look dramatically different every year. The transfer portal has created a lot of uncertainty and chaos. You know, quite frankly, I think the national polls at some point should follow suit, because it's almost impossible to put something out there that makes logical sense without knowing what rosters look like, and a lot of that is unfolding in the summer. You know, maybe the national polls should start ranking teams after the first month of college football. Like, let's let the result on the field and the product and the results do a little bit of the talking.
Over to the far right.
Thomas Christopher from the League Winners. The ACC introduced a new safety protocol protecting players, staff on the field going forward. Has the American ever thought about doing something like that? Is that something that's in your guys' wheelhouse and something you're going to roll out in the future?
Yeah, Thomas, thanks for the question. So, I have a terrific relationship with Jim and the staff at the ACC. I think Jim is one of the great leaders in our industry right now. And, you know, they're making some moves, I think, that are really important. And we're having deep conversations about all of this. And, you know, I had a conversation with Jamie, who runs football for us at the conference, as recently as a few weeks ago about independent medical observers. Like, what are the things that we can do at games to make sure we're protecting the health and interest of student athletes? Like, you know, I know this, and on rainy days, I'm reminded of what football can do to your body. You know, this is a physical game, and I think I played at a time where we were not athletic and fast and explosive. We were just big. But the sport is you know, more physically demanding than it's ever been. But our number one priority is experience and health and safety of student athletes. So we're knee deep in it, Thomas.
Over to the left in the front row, please.
Hey, Tim, Steve Reed from the Associated Press. Welcome to Charlotte.
Thanks.
There were recent reports about Memphis attempting to leave for the Big 12. I wonder if you've talked to their school officials about that, and how do you handle things that come up like that as commissioner when a team is possibly, a school, I should say, is possibly wanting to leave the conference?
Well, good to see you. Thanks for being here. I was very aware of the conversations. President Hardgrave and Ed Scott and I, back to when Ed got hired back in August, like he hasn't been on the job quite a year, we've had very transparent conversations for a year about what's happening. And I understand Memphis's ambition. I think other schools have that ambition. I admire their ambition. Like, I was an athletic director years ago when I took Rutgers into the Big Ten. Your job is to do what you think is best for your school. And I also give them credit for having the guts to go after it. Having said all that, as I said in my speech, the important thing to remember is this: we're not surprised by it, and we're building strong, resilient programs in the conference. So when these things happen, they're not a surprise. I'm very encouraged that our membership continues to operate in a transparent manner as these things come around.
Okay, time for just a couple more. We'll go back to the right side, over the far right.
Jonah.
Hey, Tim. Jonah Dillon, Commercial Appeal. You talked about the potential to consolidate media rights. I'm curious, have you had conversations with other conferences about that, and do you believe that those Power 4 conferences would even have a conversation or be interested in that type of thing?
I think there are people out there, Jonah, that are having conversations with the conferences. Have I talked to colleague commissioners about it? I have. And naturally, like, I don't want to pretend to be a magician here and wave a magic wand. Like, unifying media rights would require everyone to think about a date in the future to be able to line that up. And then there's a legislative impact about the Sports Broadcasting Act. Like there's some hurdles to the whole thing. But as we're thinking about maximizing value in the future, I have talked to some colleague commissioners, and I just think this is something that needs to be on the table. When I say other people are talking to all of us about it, the private capital firms are talking about investment. Why are they talking about investment? They're investing in future growth. That's an area for future growth. All you need to do is look at the NBA and college football. The NBA's TV ratings are about here, and college football in the aggregate is around here. The NBA's media rights, I can't reach that high, and college football in the aggregate is below. So everybody being out there fighting it out for themselves has worked to a point, but given the unsustainable nature of the economics, like they just don't make sense, this is something that can create a financially sustainable future. But whether it's private capital, whether it's smash capital, college sports tomorrow, like there's a lot of ideas out there that are provocative, and I encourage everybody in the industry to listen.
Okay, we'll take the last two over on the right side as well for the third row.
I'm Thomas Christopher from the League Winners again. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there was some, leaked direct messages from a Memphis player and a UTSA quarterback. It really kind of hurts the integrity of the game when things like that are occurring. I know while specifically it's a little hard to control from a, general conference level, but how do you go about trying to protect the integrity of the game and the games within your conference going forward?
So I'm aware of the situation. Naturally, I've been having very open dialogue with Coach Traylor and Coach Silverfield about it. They're going to address it. I don't think it's really for me to address, but certainly we're aware of it and we're supporting the schools in it. But what I can tell you is there's really not much to this story. I think a lot of it has been, sensationalized, and some of it, I think, quite frankly, is clickbait. But beyond that, there's no one in this league. The thing to remember on this, Thomas, is like the integrity of the game matters in this league. I've witnessed, I stood on sidelines last season and shook coaches' hands in pregame and watched players and had personal relationships with a lot of student athletes that have come and gone. The integrity of this thing means something to people in this league. So naturally, anything that flirts with the line, we're going to take seriously. But in this case, I think this is much ado about nothing.
And do we have one more on the right?
Brandon Pockrass, also with the League Winners. You brought up how you're building institutions that are consistent targets of possible realignment and expansion of other conferences. Going forward, how are you ensuring that the American Conference is at the forefront of college football? And have there been any discussions of the American possibly expanding its membership?
So there are many elements of that speech, which I apologize, I know was a little longer than I would have liked. But there are many elements of that speech that answer your question. Like, how are we advancing our agenda? How are we building? Like, we're building on the business side. We actually built a brand that's clear and meaningful. We have core tenets like innovation, grit, and service. There's no better way to describe football in this league. So a lot of it has to do with how we're framing our business future up and how we're framing our brand. As it relates to expansion, listen, expansion's been around since the beginning of time. I participated in it when I was athletic director at Rutgers. Kind of ironic that I took Rutgers out of a league that became the American Conference, and here I am up here as commissioner, okay? But it's been around for a long time. But the thing that's most important to our membership about expansion is we will not expand to just expand. If there's an opportunity for the American that brings incremental value to the league, naturally it's worth exploring. But expansion can't just be about money, it's got to be about alignment. You have to find the right partnership. So we're very, very thoughtful about all of those conversations. But the one thing I won't do is I will not dilute this league financially. If there are opportunities out there for us to increase the value, to increase the profile, to bring more members in that line up with innovation, grit, and service, then naturally we'll explore that.
Okay, we'll make that one the final question. Tim, thanks so much for the time today. We're going to get started with the run of show up here in the podium in about 5 minutes or so. And the breakout sessions will begin next door in Ballroom D. Thanks so much.
Thanks, everybody. Okay, we're back. All right. We got everybody situated. Okay. So our first coach, Alex Golish from University of South Florida. I got to know Alex last season. He's sort of my kind of guy. He's an unapologetic, straight, frank leader. I had a great conversation outside one of the games last year with his parents and got to know them a little bit, but just a terrific family. He's really changed the culture at South Florida, and he's brought them back to competitiveness. He's brought back that edge that everybody understands about the program. So he's entering his third year. He's on the heels of 2 straight bowl wins. I, for one, missed Santa Claus last year because I stayed up for that 25 overtime game on Christmas Eve and watched them win their bowl game. They've got a tough schedule. What I admire about what Alex is doing is he's stepping up on scheduling. You know, they have Boise State at home. They'll have Miami. They'll have the University of Florida. So, you know, this is a program that Alex is pushing to compete at the highest level. So with that, from South Florida, Alex Golish.
Well, I appreciate Tim Pernetti, appreciate his leadership. You know, got here a year ago, and he just exudes confidence, exudes a fight to go make this league the very best that he can. I respect the heck out of him, and I appreciate what he's doing for our conference. Proud to be in the American. You know, it was mentioned earlier, but 6-2 in bowl games last year. And I think that showed you the resilience and the grit of what this league is. Starting year 3 for us is the best part, is the continuing to build a program. Now I feel a little bit more like a veteran in this conference, but the continuing to build has been an incredible journey for us. So proud to stand up here and represent the University of South Florida. You know, there's so much exciting things going on right now. We are an AAU school, one of the top 45 public schools in the entire country. It's obviously a great selling tool, but it's something that I'm super proud of. Super proud of the alignment within our university, starting with Will Weatherford, Mike Griffin, our board of trustees, how they continue to pour into athletics, continue to pour into football, and continue to raise the standard of what's expected. Down to our president, President Law, and her support has been incredible. We've had a change at this athletic director position, and Jay Stroman coming over has given us, continue to give us everything we could possibly need to be successful. The alignment has been incredible for us going into year 3. The continued support has been incredible. It's really been at an elite level. Everything that was promised to us 2.5 years ago has happened. That commitment, that support is, you can actually see in the form of trucks and dirt moving and things going up with our stadium. And as we continue to build what's going to be the best football operations building in the entire country that we'll move into here in a 1.5 years, I think it'll be a culmination of this building for us as we continue to move this program forward. I'm really proud of the team we're building. We continue to set new standards in terms of our program. When we got here 2.5 years ago, we knew it was going to be an incredibly tough challenge to get this program where it belongs, which is at the top of this conference. Proud to be one of 15 teams in the entire country to win back-to-back bowl or playoff games the last couple of years. Proud to have all 3 coordinators back for a 3rd year. Proud to have all but one of our full-time coaches back for a 3rd year. The continuity continues to give us an incredible support system within our program. Really proud of the culture that we've established within our walls. We've continued to raise the standards daily. We set new records academically a year ago. We continue to build an identity. And I think that's the biggest thing for us going into year 3, is continuing to build our brand of football, what we are on all three sides of the football, and what we are inside our building. We continue to teach what player-driven leadership looks like. That's been this last step for us to continue to close the gap, is to allow our players to truly own what's going on inside our program. We got 54 new guys that joined us between the winter and the spring. but there are 54 new guys that have added to our culture. We've got 34 seniors. It's as veteran of a team as we've had since I took the job 2.5 years ago, 34 seniors. We need those 34 guys to play their best football this year. We've established with those 34 seniors, with these new guys, and looking ahead to what we've got coming our way, a 4th and inches mentality, a sense of urgency to strain in every single thing we're doing within our program. I think at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the ability for us to be a focused football team, to eliminate distractions. I think every college football coach in the entire country would tell you the same thing. If we have the ability to eliminate distractions and the ability to go focus, to really fine-tune that part of our game, we've got a chance to have a ton of success. Offensively, brought Cole Best with us today. Cole's a 5th-year senior, a young man that's been through the lows of lows within our program and the highs of highs. Started at center for us a year ago, has taken on an incredible leadership role, has led by example, has led vocally, and is the prime example of everything that's right about college football. Came to South Florida, stuck it out through a coaching change, put his head down, worked, and has become one of the best leaders in our program. Offensively, it's incredible to have Byron Brown back. Guy missed most of last year, has had an incredible offseason. It's been awesome for us to have a quarterback that can lead, can physically, mentally, emotionally show you what it should look like. We've added in the quarterback room to create competition and depth. Fortunate to have a veteran offensive line. Bunch of guys that have started a bunch of games. We've added some guys with a ton of experience. Really excited about that spot for us as we continue to build. Excited about a veteran wide receiver group, both guys that have come up within our program and guys that we've added, but a veteran group that we're counting on in a big way. Running back, we graduated 3 really, really good players for us. We brought in 2 guys that have played a ton of college football, and our young guys are getting older. Excited about the depth there, and very much a veteran tight end group that's played a ton of football. Defensively, fortunate enough to bring Deshaun Rucker here. Deshaun was a young man that I spent 2 years with at the last spot, and then Ruck transferred to us a year ago, came in, started at corner for us, and as he's settled in, he's become an incredible leader for us as well. Not incredibly vocal, but his day-to-day, his daily process, what he wants out of his last year, now that he's been with us for a year, he continues to add to the culture and demand that others follow him. We've got our 2 leading tacklers back at linebacker from the last 2 years, and we've added a bunch of veteran depth there. 4 starters back in the secondary, and again have added depth there, as well as the young guys have really come along. And the core of our defensive line is back, and we went out this spring and felt like we made some huge additions to help us up front to be able to do what we want to do. And then on the special team side, we've got a couple of new faces. We've got some veterans back. It's an exciting group that's uber talented. You know, for us, this early part of the season, Tim just hit on it. It's been highlighted in a lot of different ways, the competition that we've got ahead of us here. This 4th and inches mentality I talked about, this heightened sense of awareness has been awesome for us to say, man, what's coming at the end of August and early September, you better be on it. You better be on it, not in fall camp, but back in January. You better be on it in terms of what we do day to day, how we do it, the sense of urgency, because what's coming is a stretch where you better be on it or it ain't going to look like what you want it to look like. It's had heightened eyes on our program, which has been incredible. I welcome the question of, man, early on in the season, the more people talk about it, the better it is for us as a program. At the end of the day, we finally get to hit the field on Monday, get to actually coach football, which is my favorite part. I'm super proud to stand up here and represent the University of South Florida. I'm super proud to be here in year 3 and feel like we're confident as a football program with where we're headed. I think our foundation's laid. I think what I'm most excited about is our identity being on display week in and week out in a consistent manner. That's the part for us for 2 years where the highs have been high and the lows have been low. And as we continue to build and we talk about this player-driven leadership and we talk about process-driven rather than result-oriented, as we turn this corner heading into August, the consistency at which we go about our daily business and then the consistency at which we play with a mindset and an identity is what the hope is you get to see this fall. So incredibly excited, incredibly humbled to be here. I'll take questions.
Thanks, Coach. We'll take questions now. We have time for a few. If you have a question, please raise your hand and we'll get a microphone to you. Third row on the right, please introduce yourself, your affiliation prior to your question.
Brandon Pockers of the League Winners. How are you doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. So you spoke to it on the podium. You put together a very strong group of players in this spring transfer portal. What made you go after a lot of these players? What stood out to you about them? And heading into the 2025 season, what are you expecting from them on the field?
Yeah, you know, we've tried to build in a facet where we needed guys that were ready to play. And by ready to play, I mean guys that have played college football, that have film, that have been through the grind of what it is, while not sacrificing the building from the ground up with high school guys that we can bring in and we have 4 or 5 years with that we can develop. We went into the spring and we knew there was some holes, a couple of depth pieces that you were kind of anxious about, and you wanted to see, man, these first 2 recruiting classes, how have these guys come along? And after spring, we sat down, we said, man, where are we lacking to go and compete at a really, really high level right now? And that's where the depth pieces, I say the depth pieces, the pieces to come in and compete on the defensive line, at linebacker, just guys that have come in and infused a competition in there and have not allowed certain spots to be complacent. And I think what you've seen is, as within our program, more than anything else, where I was really guarded was they had to be guys that were going to add to what we were doing from a culture standpoint. And now culture is an overused word, but they had to add this player-driven leadership. They had to be guys that wanted to be elite at their craft as they grew within understanding what the standards are in our program. And they grew to understand how we do things day to day. But what it's done is it's created a fun, competitive environment on the defensive side, at wide out, in the running back room. And those guys have kind of jumped in. And the challenge to us as coaches has been, man, how do we integrate them? How do we make it feel like they've been here for 2.5 years, call it? And so we've spent a bunch of time forcing connection, to which then you hope that it became natural for those guys. But we've spent a bunch of time actually talking about it, being upfront about, man, we need you guys to connect, forcing guys to sit together at dinner where now they want to go have dinner together on their own. But we felt like we needed to create some competition with some older guys that have played a ton of ball, as our young guys that have come in as high school guys continue to develop and continue to grow.
Staying here to the right, second row.
Good morning, Coach. Justin Jones from CarolinaGridiron.com. How has, in this seemingly facilities arms race in college sports, how has having shovels in the dirt on a project already had tangible impacts on your recruiting?
Yeah, I think it's a sign of the commitment that our administration made 2.5 years ago. For us, and in this day of college football, where so much of your resources is going into player acquisition, player retention, truly personnel, our administration has continued to pour into staff, resources for how these guys are living day to day. And then more than anything else right now, this project that's been talked about at the University of South Florida for many, many staffs ago, to actually be able to not only go do this, but actually put the time in a year and a half ago to say, how do we do this at an elite clip, knowing that you're probably not going to do it again ever. And so I give so much credit to Jay Stroman and Will Weatherford and our administration to say, let's figure out if this is right, take the input. And that's what's been cool is in a year and a half ago, February, to actually be able to go and see the last 6 that got built around the country and say, man, like, it's got to be this, and it's got to be this, and it's got to be this, and totally gut a plan, redo a plan, and say we are going to build the best football operations center in the entire country, because where we're going as a program, that's what we need. That's the standard. And we're not competing against anybody else in our league. We're not competing against anybody else in the country. We want to be the standard in college football. And I give our administration so much credit. I know you keep hearing that, because they haven't wavered one bit from that project. They haven't wavered one bit from what we've done from a player welfare standpoint, what we've done from a revenue sharing standpoint, what we've done from an NIL standpoint. We've been at the forefront of pushing the envelope and continuing to pour into our program. And I literally look outside my window every day and watch these guys work, and I feel like the closer it gets to 27 and these deadlines, they start earlier and end later. So it's been incredible to watch.
Final question will be here on the left side, third row.
Hunter Bailey with the Charlotte Observer. Coach, curious, obviously we've seen a lot of rule changes across college football the past few years, but if you could add or remove a rule in college football, what would you add or remove?
Yeah, Hunter, I think there's probably a list, but it would sound like I'm just up here complaining. Rule in college football that I would change. You're saying like a playing rule? No, I'll stay with the playing rule, not to open up a bag of worms. I probably because of my offensive background, I would love to be able to go cut on the perimeter like we used to back in the day. That was fun. Probably not the biggest thing for player safety, but it certainly helped create some things on the perimeter.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck this season.
Go Bulls. Appreciate it.
Our next coach will be Trey Lamb from Tulsa momentarily. Okay, Coach Lamb. So first year head coach, had great success at East Tennessee State and Gardner-Webb, and he's known, and we have a lot of this in our league, which is kind of exciting, this up-tempo offense. It's like we have some really fun teams to watch, but really excited to have Trey's talents in the American. When Justin Moore called me and told me about this hire, I really thought it was a terrific hire for the league. Young, high-energy guy building his program. We were just talking backstage about it. But other interesting thing to note is I think Trent Dilfer has conceded being the best football coach golfer in our league. Here's a guy that got a 1.3 handicap, and despite the fact that he's got a new program to run, he told me he's keeping his handicap in a good place. So with that, from Tulsa, Trey Lamb.
Thank you, Tim. First, I want to say thank you to the American Conference. This is obviously, we've blown it out of the water here. This is a great event. I've been to a couple of these in different conferences, and this is just over the top. Tim's a great leader. He reminds me a lot of our athletic director, Justin Moore. I'm very thankful that Tim's here leading this conference. He does not take no for an answer. He's got a seat at the biggest tables, and he's got a football background, and I really appreciate that. I want to talk about our players we brought here today. Kirk Francis, our starting quarterback. Kirk's got a great story. He's from Metro Christian School in Tulsa, which I'm sure none of you have ever heard of. It's a tiny single-A private school that just started playing football a few years ago. And Kirk walked on at the University of Tulsa. And Kirk started a few games as a true freshman walk-on. That's really hard to do. Played in 6 games last year. He's had 9 career starts, and he's won 4 of those 9 starts. And I don't know if you've checked, but Tulsa's only won 6 games the last 2 years. So very proud of the way he has handled our new regime, very proud of the culture and toughness he brings to our team, and we got to get better players around him than what he's had. But I feel very confident in his story and his ability to lead our team and play that position. I play the position. I call the offensive plays. He and I's relationship has got to be elite, and we're getting there. We've had a great 8 months, and I'm looking forward to the season. Chris Thompson Jr., linebacker we brought with us. Chris is also a guy we retained when I got the job. Chris is the total opposite. He was a 4-star out of Duncanville High School in Texas, an area we love to recruit, only about 4 hours from campus. We love Dallas. We love East Texas. We love the city of Tulsa. We love recruiting locally. We've talked about that since we got the job. Chris signed with Auburn out of high school as a safety. Then he transferred to Southern Cal, and now he's back at Tulsa. So 2 completely different recruiting stories, but kind of what today's college football is about. You got to find good players. You got to find them whether they're at a single-A private school in your city or probably the best program in the country in Duncanville High School. I want to talk about the city of Tulsa. I want to really thank the city of Tulsa. We're the only team, maybe the only team in this league that doesn't have a pro sports team. We don't have an NBA team. We don't have an NFL team. All we have is a AAA baseball team and the University of Tulsa. We literally are Tulsa's team. And we have taken that in stride, and we take great pride in representing our city. The mayor of Tulsa played football at Tulsa. We have a ton of support there. There's a ton of oil and gas money in Tulsa, and I think when we show success this season and show progress, we're going to tap into a lot of those resources, be able to get this thing really going in the future. Justin Moore is an incredible fundraiser, and he has a great plan for that. Want to thank Justin for giving me a shot at this. I want to thank our coaching staff. I was able to bring some coaches with me. I was able to interview some coaches from different areas of the country. I've never coached in the state of Oklahoma, so it was important for me to get some guys with Oklahoma and Texas ties. They've done a great job. The staff has really come together. I like our culture right now. I know every coach is going to sit up here and say that. We haven't faced any adversity. We haven't played any games, but it's been the most enjoyable 8 months of my coaching career. I've coached for 11 years, been a head coach for 6. This team and this staff has come together as fast as any team I've been around. Now, it also helps when you have 38 staff members compared to where I was working at jobs previously, didn't have as many hands on the players. So big shout out to our nutrition staff, our strength staff. It's been a really cool off season. I've enjoyed watching it. I've enjoyed being a part of it and playing a part in it. Just want to talk about the history of Tulsa football for a minute. I'm able to get around town and have lunch and play golf with some really cool people. Tulsa's had 4 Gold Jacket Hall of Famers, NFL Hall of Famers. 184 NFL draft picks is the most of any group of 6 team, and it's not even close. That's a lot of NFL players. And 2 first-round picks in the last 4 years in Tyler Smith and Zaven Collins. Tulsa has had success. It just hasn't been quite that recent. My goal for Tulsa is to turn it into a consistent winner. You look at Todd Graham, had a couple 10-win seasons, won a Hawaii Bowl with Gus Malzahn and Mike Norvell and those guys, okay? Look at Steve Cragthorpe before he went to Louisville, had a couple 10-win seasons. Dave Rader had an 8-win season. Philip Montgomery had a couple 10-win seasons. But also, you look at the years after or between these 10-win seasons, you're looking at 2, 3, 4-win seasons. We want Tulsa to be a consistent bowl contender. We have been given enough from our administration, our board, to be competitive. I truly believe that. I've worked at places that are very similar to Tulsa. Right now, we're the little brother. I don't like that. We're going to get that fixed. We have the resources to get that fixed. But the biggest thing I care about and the thing I'm most concerned about is consistent winner. I'm not trying to win 10 games and go 3-8 the next year. We got to get this thing off the ground with consistency. Questions?
We'll take questions for Coach Lamb. Please raise your hand, and we'll get a microphone to you. We got one on the right side, second row.
Good morning, Coach. Justin Jones from CarolinaGridiron.com. Just 5 years ago, I'm sitting in a Zoom call with you on a Tuesday with the 2 other people. And now you're here at American Media Day. So this is a 2-parter. 1, just what have you learned from these stops at Gardner-Webb and East Tennessee? And 2, what do you think is your biggest challenge going into this fall?
I've learned the most is how to do more with less. You know, not a knock on any of these other coaches, but I didn't play in the SEC. I didn't play in the NFL. I haven't coached in the SEC. I haven't coached at the highest level. I feel like I've earned it. I've hired well. I've had great quarterback play. And all those things consistently add up to being able to win games. Very fortunate to be here. I'm humbled. I'm 35 years old. Don't deserve it. But I'm not going to let this opportunity go to waste, just like I did in the other ones. So certainly thankful for the people around me to get me here. But the biggest thing that is consistent at the jobs I've taken is you've got to be able to do more with less. And Tulsa's no different. What was your second part of the question? Challenges, we're going to get punched in the face, and we're going to get punched in the mouth, just like every football team in this conference is. Right now, we think we're pretty good. I want to see how we handle adversity. So right now, we're training our guys to not be a roller coaster, to not be up and down, to not be emotional. The biggest challenge we're going to have is if we lose that first game or if we're down at halftime, are we going to turn on each other, or are we going to stick to the process, stick to the plan, and be able to execute down the stretch?
Third row on the right.
Thomas Christopher of the League Winners. How you doing, Coach?
Hey, good.
In Oklahoma and Texas, obviously, you have a lot of P4 schools that you have to compete with for recruiting. What's going into your recruiting process thus far, and what kind of areas, maybe perhaps outliers that fans may not expect you're targeting to bring into your team?
I'd say the outlier is people. We're 2 hours from Hutchinson, Kansas, so. The Kansas JUCOs have been good to Tulsa in the past. Bill Snyder won 1 million games at Kansas State with half his roster Kansas JUCOs. So we're gonna explore that avenue. I love recruiting the city of Tulsa. You think there's some great football players that have played in that city. We got to get those guys transferring back. I really like East Texas, those kids that are kind of from the country, Longview, down in that area. Love Shreveport area for the Louisiana kids. We've actually got 5 or 6 kids on our team from South Louisiana, New Orleans. Great part of the country to recruit. We've got to make sure we're intentional about competing and recruiting. We have money in the bank. We have NIL. We have rev share. There's no reason we can't compete with the Oklahoma States of the world. And the Kansas States of the world. We don't need those people coming in our backyard taking our players. Is it going to be hard to beat Oklahoma on a kid or an SEC team? Yes, absolutely. But we want to be able to compete with everybody else.
Any final questions for Coach Lamb? Please raise your hand. Coach, thanks very much. Good luck.
Thank you, guys. Rain Kane.
Okay, keep it moving. Coach Monken from Army. He holds the distinction of the only coach in the building today to have never lost a conference game in the American. 8-0 last year, won the conference championship in their first year in the league, which I thought was a tremendous story. And it was just an awesome experience to host our championship game at West Point. He's had 3 double-digit win seasons, 12-2 last year, and this was a team that was a legitimate playoff contender. I got loud about it at the end of the year because I felt like if you put Army on the field in the college football playoff, that was a team that not a lot of people wanted to see. But as I mentioned in the speech, Coach Monken is more than a coach at Army. He's been a leader for the conference in the AFCA. He's been vocal about the transfer portal, which we fully support and its need to modernize. But he's just a terrific leader in the American, and we love having Army in the league. So with that, Coach Monken.
Morning, everybody. On behalf of Lieutenant General Steve Gillen, our superintendent, Tom Theodorakis, our athletics director, our players, coaches, and staff, proud to be here and to represent West Point. We're obviously excited again about this season and the opportunity to play in the American. This is a great league, and the attention that the autonomy schools get, the power conferences, as they're referred to, that is, it's hard to argue that there is a higher level of college football and where they're at in terms of the athletes they have and the resources that they have. But beyond that, there's no better league than the American. This is the power conference of those that play in what was called the Group of 5 and now the Group of 6. And Tim Pernetti's done an unbelievable job raising and heightening the awareness and the excitement about this conference, making this league a competitive league, attracting teams and universities that are like-minded and in their pursuit of high-level athletics and academics. And so we're really proud to be a part of this league, and it's a great fit for us. For so many years, Army was an independent. Gave it a crack in the late 90s and early 2000s in Conference USA, and it probably wasn't a good fit at the time for our institution, for our program, and I wasn't there at the time to speak with any sort of authority on that, but it just wasn't a prosperous venture for our program. But this was the right time, and as Tim had mentioned up here, to be in a conversation at the end of the season last year about the playoffs and to have had a team that was successful enough to be in those conversations was pretty exciting and fantastic for our program and for West Point. Ultimately, obviously, we weren't the team that was selected, but to be in those conversations and to be able to entertain the conversations that wouldn't have happened had we not joined the conference and become part of the Americans. So we are very honored and thrilled to be a part of this league and looking forward to this season. This is a great league, very talented. The players, the coaches, Coach Lamb, who's standing up here, just a tremendously talented coach, as there are throughout the league. And we found that out as we played the schedule a year ago, that we had to come to the game ready and prepared to play our very best. And fortunately, we had a veteran team. We had a quarterback that got a lot of attention, was a really good player, but we had a terrific offensive line and a supporting cast around him. We had a tough, rugged defense, and our guys just played really well together last year, and we were able to beat all the teams in the league that we faced, and then win the conference championship, which is a great source of pride for our team and for our program. But that's last year, and nobody that's here that's coaching any of these teams is going to give us a head start or any points on the scoreboard when we kick it off, because we won the league last year. We're going to have to earn it, and we have to do that with a team that we're not void of talent. But if you go and interview all the coaches in here, they'll tell you we weren't in any recruiting battles with even the teams in our league for the players that we have. There's a level of talent in this league that we have great respect for, and in order for us to overcome maybe a gap in talent, we've got to execute at a really high level, and that's what I give our guys a lot of credit for. That they do. They work really hard on fundamentals. They work really hard to get themselves in great condition and strong and prepared physically. And then our coaches and the job that our players do to learn and to study and to minimize mistakes levels that playing field and closes that gap a little bit. So it's a tremendous challenge for us. It will be week in and week out this season like it was a year ago, but we're looking forward to it, and we do play some teams this year on the schedule from within the league that are different, and that's really, I think, pretty neat about being in a league as well. You start to build some in-conference rivalries, teams that you play more often, but you also get to play different teams each year, and we're looking forward to that, traveling to new cities and hosting new teams at West Point. So we've got two young men here with us today, Caleb Fortner and Anna Thomas. Those are our two team captains. They're also our two starting inside linebackers and led us in tackles. They were two leading tacklers last year. They're tremendous young men, have meant a lot to our success and to our program. They're doing a great job leading our team. And so I encourage you to talk to them if you have an opportunity today to do so. They are a great representation of our academy and the young men and women that make up the Corps of Cadets at the United States Military Academy. And to be a player that plays football at this level, at the very highest level of college football, and the demands that takes, the time that's extracted from their day every day to prepare to be their very best and be who they need to be for our team, to take a schedule of classes that is a full schedule. These guys during the fall semester will probably be taking anywhere between 18 and 22 hours, and it's rocket science. I mean, they're taking really tough classes, and that's a challenge. The military obligations that they have to do all that, and they're a representation of everybody at our academy and everybody on our football team. And it's not easy. It's not easy to be a football player at West Point, but they handle it so well, and that makes me particularly proud, knowing that we've got guys on our team that have those challenges every day, and yet are able to go out on Saturday afternoons and compete at a really high level. So we're excited to be here. We're excited about the season. I've got no predictions. We're just going to do the best we can to put the best team out there that we possibly can, to try to play hard, to represent the men and women that serve in the United States Army as well as we can, with a team that's tough and determined and professional, just like our American soldiers. And hopefully that'll be good enough for us to win some football games and perhaps put ourselves in a position to play for a championship again next year.
We'll take questions for Coach. Please raise your hand and we'll get a microphone to you. Over there, second row on the right.
Coach, Sam Perry from the Mine Shaft. What's going to be the main factor in trying to repeat the success from last season?
You from the mine shaft. You got a tough work job yourself. You go down to the mines every day. To repeat, I don't know. I guess I don't think about how do we repeat. I really want to focus our team on how do we prepare ourselves to be the very best that we can be 36 days from now when we kick off against Tarleton State. That's our biggest concern right now, is how do we maximize who we can be for that game, and how that will prepare us for the next one and the next one and the next one, and not look at the entire season and how do we get ourselves to win 12 games and play for a championship. It is truly, that's not coach speak. That's what we have to do. We are not talented enough to just say, okay, what schemes can we draw up here for this very talented football team that we're just going to roll the balls out and have a chance to win these games. I want our guys to individually maximize who they can be. I want them to do it in a way that's selfless, that it's not about their ego or about their own accomplishments, but it's about what they can do to contribute to our team. And we build our entire program on that. And it's built on team, and it's built on togetherness and being accountable to our teammates and holding others accountable. So that, in my opinion, if we'll do our job and follow the plan that we've put in place for our players to succeed, that we'll be in the conversation again at the end of the year. And if we don't do our job and we don't follow the plan, then we're going to find ourselves disappointed on a lot of Saturdays.
Additional questions for Coach. Stay on the right, the third row.
Hi, Coach. How you doing?
Great. You?
I'm doing great, thank you. I appreciate you asking. My name is Thomas Christopher from the league winners. You know, Army's triple option offense last year was truly dominant. How do you balance maintaining that unique identity while adapting to modern defensive schemes?
Well, we've had to adapt a good bit. You know, I guess it was after the 21 season going into the 2022 season, there was a big rule change in the NCAA for blocking below the waist. They essentially eliminated it. You can still do it in the tackle box. The 5 interior linemen, the backs that are part of the tackle box, as long as it's at the line of scrimmage or within the tackle box to 1 yard beyond the line of scrimmage, a very small area where that can be done. And there are still other teams that utilize that block with their linemen, with their backs. and it is an effective tool for stopping defenders from their initial charge and pass rushes and those kinds of things. But we, as an option team, used the cut block, the block below the waist, all over the field. And we would, on the perimeter, second level defenders with our linemen, and it was really a way for us as an option team, when there's a full flow option play coming your direction and you're a defender, and it's not difficult to figure it out. The running back is diving through the line that direction. All the linemen's hats are moving that direction. The quarterback opens that direction. There's a slot back coming in motion toward you. It's not hard to figure out the ball's coming your way. And those linebackers, as they would flow, and the secondary players as they would support, as I said, we're not in the recruiting pools of 3 and 4 and 5 star prospects. We're not a big football team, and so we would use the cut block to get defenders off of their feet, and it allowed us to get plays started. It allowed us to get plays going on the perimeter, and all that changed after the 21 season. So going into the 2022 season, it was really an evaluation process of how are we going to be able to execute what we do, what we had done for so many years without the cut block. And we found that it really did fundamentally change how we could operate. And what happened from being a team that could spread the field and get wide receivers out, we had to get receivers in closer to the formation so they could block linebackers and defensive ends, and we're pulling tackles out there to block safeties, and it just wasn't, I didn't think, in my opinion, going to be sustainable. And so in 23, we changed altogether. I hired a new offensive coordinator with the idea that we would bring the more traditional scheme, zone, power, counter, into our offensive schemes and still be an option team. And in 2023, we didn't do a very good job of using the option elements enough to be different. We really became much like everybody else. And for a team that's not as talented, for a team that's not as big or as fast, when you level the playing field from a schematic standpoint, or I guess operate more like everybody else, it's much easier for a defense to operate like they do against everybody else. And I think one of the advantages over the years has been that when we play another team, their defense often changes. In fact, historically, we've played teams where they might be a 4-man front, and we come out in the first series of the game, and they're in an odd front. Or they're an odd front team, and they decided that wasn't what they wanted to do to defend the option. They're an even front team. They've got guys playing positions that they haven't played all year. It was essentially, for many of their football players on defense, like playing a different sport, and they had to learn it in a week. And so that for many years has been an equalizer for us. And we found in 2023 what we were doing really wasn't what we needed to be doing. So I made a change again. Cody Worley had been our quarterback's coach. I made him the offensive coordinator. And what he did so well is he meshed the two worlds, the zone power counter world with our option elements. And we're still an option football team. And when teams defend us, they have to defend the option because we got a lot of option elements to our offense. But we have incorporated a lot of the traditional run schemes that everybody else is doing, but we've got option elements off of it. And so hopefully that continues to be an equalizer for us and allows us to be different enough from everybody else that is one way to level the playing field. And I think Cody did a great job with that last year. We obviously had a quarterback that we counted a lot on. He got the snap, and he didn't give it to anybody else. He ran the ball, and he was really good at it. He had a really good offensive line in front of him. And we may need to be very different this year depending on who our quarterback is, we may not be able to rely on the quarterback run game as much as we did, and have to rely on more of our option schemes. And we'll find out as we go through preseason camp and into the season. But I think a long-winded answer to your question is, we have to remain an option team, but we have to utilize some of the more traditional run schemes, because we can't go out there and full flow option all day long and knock defenders to the ground off their feet. We're not talented enough. We're not physically superior enough to just go out there and maul a 210-pound safety with a 160-pound slot back all day long. So we figure out ways to make it work.
Coach, our final question will be here on the left, the third row.
Coach, Matthew Bartlett with the Roost. You talked about uniquenesses of the option. What was your reaction when another option team is going to be in the conference with Rice going that direction?
Well, Scott's done a great job. And in fact, Scott and I talked a couple years ago just about the transition from what we had been doing traditionally to a more gun-based option offense, which he's done a remarkable job with, just tremendous job here at Davidson. And so, though what he does is different from us, it's different from Navy. We're all a little bit unique. The principles of defending the option are there. And I think, to your question and to yours, that it's now going to create in the league the need for defensive coordinators and defensive staffs to come up with an option plan, though it may be unique to each school. And that's a little bit different. To be the one-off, the only team that runs the option, I think is certainly a big advantage. To have two other teams in the league doing it, it maybe takes a little bit of the sting away from the presentation. But hopefully we'll be able to create some ways that we're different enough that and we've got some uniqueness that give us opportunities to make plays that we wouldn't, just based on who we are physically.
That's all the time for Coach. Thank you.
Thanks a lot,
We'll move on
everybody.
to Florida Atlantic next. So many note cards. Okay. Thanks everybody for hanging in. We're going to keep it rolling with Coach Zach Kitley from Florida Atlantic, another first-year head coach in the American and the youngest FBS coach in the country. But Zach has talk about elite level offensive experience as a coordinator, and some of the people that he's worked with. But if you look at the teams that he's been working with on the offensive side, these are teams that have averaged 457 yards on offense and 35 points a game. So much in line with what I said about a variety of our programs, there's a lot of exciting offense in this league. So when he was working at Texas Tech, he worked with Patrick Mahomes. He's certainly worked with some high quality
student athletes, and we're really excited to have Zach's talents in the league. So with that, Zach Kitley from FAU.
Good morning. I appreciate you guys having me. Good to see everybody. Man, what a great time to be here and a great time to be in the American Conference. I mean, I can't thank Commissioner Pernetti enough, man, and for everything that you're doing for this league and the vision that he has for where we're going. You talk about the best conference in the group of six, and there's no doubt that it is the American Conference. And again, appreciate you, Commissioner, for everything you're doing for this league. It's a great time to be an Owl, and that starts with our president and Adam Hasner and the vision that he has for our university and where that's heading. Can't thank him enough for all his support and everything that he's doing for our university. Next to Brian White, our athletic director. Man, what a guy and what he's doing. I mean, we had 6 conference championships this year in athletics alone, and can't thank Brian enough for trusting me to be the Haggerty family head football coach here at FAU. Again, like I said, great time to be an Owl. When you look at where we're at as a football program, this is going to be our 25th year playing football. And 25 years ago, the late Coach Howard Schnellenberger started this football program from the ground up. And I want to throw this in there too. We got to get him in the College Football Hall of Fame as well. He deserves to be in there. We got to find a way to get him in there as well. But again, really excited about this year. We have 55 new faces in this football program. Excited with where we're going. Highest team GPA of all time recorded this spring with our football program. So extremely proud of the effort we're putting in on and off the field. Before we get going, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the 2 young men I was able to bring with me today. Defensive tackle Bryce Langston, a guy that chose to stay here whenever I got hired, and he's been a heartbeat of our team, heartbeat of our defense, and really excited for him and seeing what he's got coming on his last year as a senior. And then our quarterback, Caden Veltkamp, who transferred in from Western Kentucky, was the Conference USA Offensive Player of the Year last year, and again, just an unbelievable leader and a great ambassador for this university and for our football program. Excited where we're going and looking forward to a great 2025 season. And with that, I'll open up for questions.
Thanks, Coach. We'll take questions now. Again, once we get a microphone to you, please introduce yourself and your affiliation. First one will be on the right, 3rd row.
Hey, Coach. Thomas Christopher of the League Winners. How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing? I'm
doing great, man. Obviously, you brought in Caden Veltkamp, and he was the CUSA, Player of the Year last year, Offensive Player of the Year last year. I think he's kind of getting slept on by the national media. Could you just talk about your relationship with him, expectations this year within your offense, and the potential that he will have in the air raid?
Yeah, I mean, him and I are extremely close. I mean, I think that's what makes a great quarterback-coach combination is that genuine love for each other that we have. I mean, he's like I'm only 33, and I know he's 21, 22, but he's like a son to me, and we're extremely close. Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's getting slept on a lot. I mean, you're talking about one of the top passers in the country from last year, Conference Player of the Year. He's not getting the notoriety that he needs, but at the same time, he's got a chip on his shoulder, and I'm expecting a huge year from him. And again, he's going to be I'm giving him what I call the keys to the Ferrari, this offense, and I'm going to let him go. And I think he's going to have a great year this year, and excited to see him continue to develop as a quarterback as well, because I think that there's a lot of untapped talent there as well that I think he's going to continue to get better this year.
Questions for Coach, please raise your hand. We'll get a microphone to you. I think we have a follow-up from that last one.
Hey, Coach. Thomas Christopher from the League Winners again. Obviously, Florida market's a hotbed for recruiting talent, but you also have a lot of schools within the same conference and in the P4 conference. How do you go about navigating that? And are there any, outlying locations that you've really tried to dip your hands into?
Yeah, I mean, we want to try to dominate South Florida as much as we can, keep those local talent guys home as much as possible. But again, we are in the transfer portal world, and so when you go back and you look at a lot of the transfers that we take, there are maybe guys that went off and left the state of Florida that are Miami guys or West Palm guys or, the Tri-County guys down there in South Florida that wanted to come back home. And so we want to keep those guys home. Like you said, we've got a lot of special athletes down in South Florida. We're also heavily recruiting in the state of Georgia Georgia as well. And then we're working the Midwest a little bit to find some big bodies, some O-line, D-lineman guys. And then quarterback, we're going to go wherever it takes to go find the quarterback. And so, but again, our biggest footprint's going to be down there in the Tri-County area, down there in South Florida. And we want to try to keep those South Florida athletes down there with us at FAU.
Again, questions for Coach. Coach, I'll throw one at you. Just the two student athletes you mentioned, what are your expectations and what are you kind of counting on them specifically for this upcoming season?
Yeah, I expect them to be the voice in the locker room, you know, that get the guys going. I'm a big believer that it's got to be a player-led team. It can't be a coach-led team. And so I'm expecting those guys to be, whenever we got to get some stuff going, instead of us coaches having to get over those guys and yell at them a little bit, let's let them take the ownership of it and let them lead the guys. I'm expecting that from them, you know, to be the voice in the locker room, like I said, and just be those leaders on and off the field and everything that we're doing.
Additional questions for Coach, please raise your hand. And I'll have one more for you, Coach. Just, again, as you're in your first year preparing, which position groups, both on offense, defense, so kind of entering camp, when you're going to enter camp, are at the top?
Yeah, I mean, I feel really good, you know, clearly with the quarterback, like I talked about, our interior defensive linemen. We've got some veteran guys there that have played quite a bit of football. Feel good there. We've got a lot of skill players on the edge at wide receiver. We got to figure out which one of those guys kind of fit best and how we're going to plug those guys into our spread system. And then we took 6 brand new defensive back transfers in the second transfer portal. So haven't even gotten on the grass with those guys quite yet. So really intrigued to see with how we can get those guys and build some continuity there in the back end. Again, got some veteran players there in our front 7. Looking forward to seeing how those new defensive backs mesh with our guys.
Any final questions for Coach? Up, third row, back on the right.
Coach Thomas Christopher from the League Winners once again. I know you talked about, you know, players holding each other accountable and things of that nature. Do you guys hold a lot of player-led practices? And if you are doing so outside of Caden and Bryce, who you brought in here, have there been any other leaders on the team doing that for you?
Yeah, they're doing some of their own stuff. You know, clearly we've been on vacation. My staff's been on vacation almost the whole month of July, so we haven't been around. But those guys are doing some player-led stuff. We've got a great group of leaders. You know, we've got talked about Bryce, talked about Caden. We got Tyler Stolsky. He's a transfer linebacker in from Minnesota for us. He's been a really good voice. Duda Rogers, one of our defensive backs, another transfer coming back home. We got CJ Doggett, transfer defensive tackle from Ohio, came in, really good guy. Easton Messer, we talked about him being able to offensively. And then probably the biggest guy, because he's gone through a lot of coaching changes here and he's going on his 6th year at FAU, is Alex Atkavich, starting offensive lineman for us. And he's seen a lot. He's been through the ups and the downs of the program the last few years, and he's been a huge voice of reason for everybody, and a guy that I've been leaning on just because he knows the lay of the land and he knows probably what it takes to really get everybody going. And so I'd say those few guys I mentioned have been really good leaders for us, but Alex Atkavich is one that I've been really high on.
Last questions? Coach, thanks very much.
All right, appreciate y'all. Thank y'all.
We'll be at 10 o'clock with North Texas.
All right, our next coach, Eric Morris from North Texas, the Mean Green. This is another coach. I got a theme this morning. I keep talking about explosive offense, but I joked with Eric last year. I got to see North Texas, I think, 3 times. And like, if that wasn't the greatest show on turf on offense, I don't know what was in our league. They were just exciting and fast and dynamic. It was just really fun to watch. Eric's entering his 3rd year in Denton. And we're looking forward to what he's going to put on the field as head coach, and he's just really building a terrific program in the American. We were talking just a minute ago when Zach Kitley was up there, and he said, wow, this is a proud moment. That guy, Zach Kitley, was my GA back at Texas Tech. And, you know, Zach and Eric worked together, and I mentioned, you know, Patrick Mahomes, and Eric worked with Cam Ward as well. So he's got a history for developing great quarterbacks and also great people. So with that, we'll bring up Eric Morris from North Texas.
Coach Kitley's tall, right? 6'9". That was a really proud moment, cool for me. Coach Kitley was a student assistant for us at Texas Tech, and then later became our GA. Watched him work tirelessly, and so, dang, I used to be the young guy in the building. I'm 39 right now, going to be 40 this year, and have a 33-year-old that's already risen up so fast. Is something really proud. They'll do great things at FAU, and so really humbled and honored to be here to represent the University of North Texas. I think, you know, this college football landscape is evolving so fast right now, and so to be able to stay ahead of the curve is something I think everybody's trying to do. Institutions are trying to do it right now, and luckily, you know, we have a great leader at the helm, and our president, Dr. Keller, has been doing a fantastic job coming over, meeting personally with me, and trying to figure out this new era of college football, and how do we stay above the curve, and how do we continue to progress our university, and to be able to give the support to our student athletes that everybody is right now. And so, and then right after him is our athletic director, Jared Mosley, just a phenomenal human being, really smart individual that has helped me tremendously throughout this past year, and really trying to figure out this new landscape. And never, you know, when I started coaching football 15 years ago, did I imagine being an expert on an Excel sheet. But we spent the last 4 or 5 months, you know, me and my 2 GMs, and spending a ton of time and really trying to master the art of building a salary cap. Has been something that's been super interesting for me, and trying to figure out, you know, how you do this. And we did a lot of research on NFL rosters and the percentages they played to certain players on their dim, and it was important for us to start with retention. You know, I think at the group of 6 level right now, that's the thing that we're fighting the hardest right now is you know, you still want to recruit these high school kids in the state of Texas. You want to develop them, and how do you retain those guys is the new question mark. And so, you know, something that's really cool about the 2 guys that I brought with us today is that these are the only 2 guys remaining from our 21 signing class at North Texas, and I wasn't there yet. Both of them are linemen. Both of them, you know, they bleed mean green, and so it's been awesome to watch their development. They've been, you know, special to me in the way that they bought in to our program. You know, it's not always that case when, you know, they were recruited by a different staff, had different coaches, and these 2 young men, I mean, Gabe Blair, you know, he's a guy that's been all conference 2 years, guard for us, is coming off an ACL tear last year. He started 37 games in his college career. I mean, just think about that for a little bit, and where, you know, it's more important now, I think, when you're finding guys that have game experience, and here's a guy that not only is he coming off of ACL, didn't play for us last year, but last year also had his son, Luke, and so his son's almost 1 year old. He's a proud father, so it's been awesome for me to see Gabe mature. Not only have I always known he's a great football player, he's tough, he's great in the classroom, never had any problems with him, but to see him mature and for his why to change because he has a little son, Luke, you know, to see him, you know, come in and show me pictures of, tell me on the plane, hey, hey, Luke's taking 2 and 3 steps right now, and Coach, I think he's almost there. He's going to be able to walk soon. So just a really cool moment to have him here with us. Great player, great advocate for our university. The next one, Fatafehi Valea is a kid, and I call him June. You know, I just had to look at my notes for the first time, so I made sure I pronounced that the right way. But June's a guy that started 26 games for us at the University of North Texas. And, you know, we've gone from 3 down to 4 down. You know, we played him at defensive end. We played him at nose guard. We played him at 3 technique. Same thing. I mean, never had one complaint. He's tough as nails, works his tail off, is going to be a leader of a new look defense for us this year. You know, was one of our outstanding players in our bowl game, had 1.5 sacks in our bowl game, you know, forced a fumble. And so really looking forward to those 2 guys. It's important to bring those 2 because this day and age in college football, you just don't get guys that stay their whole entire career at a school. It's something that's a dying breed. They've been committed the whole entire time to our program, and so excited to have those guys here with us. When we start talking about what's new at North Texas, you know, I think the biggest thing would be our defensive side of the ball. It was something that I felt that was important when I started looking and interviewing different guys. Coach Kyler Cassidy kept popping up as being a top 20 defense in a lot of different categories. And one of the categories that I think is really important is the stop rate. And he was the 8th in the country this year, I think at a 74% stop rate. A young guy, but a guy that I had some familiarity with. He was also a GA for us at Texas Tech. His dad was a defensive coordinator in college football for over 30 years. He grew up around the game. He lives it. He breathes it. And I thought it was also important that he was able to bring his whole entire staff from Sam Houston with him. So he was able to bring every one of his assistants with him over. Been super impressed in watching those guys install their defense. You know, I think we get more summer access to these guys now. And so when you have such an influx of new players in the transfer portal, but at the same token, we were able to bring 6 of his starters over with us, guys, you know, that started 11+ games for him a year ago. They understand the defense, the terminology, and have been able to also be, you know, almost coach-like for us on the practice field throughout the course of the summer. And so really excited about those guys. Offensively, you know, I think the $1,000 question for us, and one I get asked every single time I do an interview, is who's going to be your starting quarterback? And, you know, the one thing that I'm really excited about is this is the deepest quarterback room that we've had, and it's not even close. So able to bring over Reese Poffenberger from the University of Miami, had a connection with him through Cam Ward, and a kid that, you know, tore up the FCS level at Albany 2 years ago. You know, he's played in big, meaningful games and some late playoff runs, so really excited about Reese. And then, you know, I think one of the coolest stories of the bowl season was Drew Messamaker, a kid that walked on for us, didn't start a high school football game. The last time he had started a football game before the bowl game was a B team 9th grade year, and a kid that came in, worked his way up the depth chart, you know, and has been incredible to watch his progression. I think the sky's the limit for this kid. Continues to progress. I mean, he's 6'5", 220 pounds, runs 21.5 miles per hour, and so really excited about the 2 of them. And then we signed a freshman that came in mid-year, Chris Jimerson. That's a, you know, lightning in a bottle, 5'9", 180 pounds. You know, and I think anybody familiar with the state of Texas football, he led North Carolina to Texas High School State Championship at the 6A level, beating DeSoto, Duncanville, Westlake, all the powerhouses. So really excited about that room, the progression of it. Coach Sean Brophy's my quarterback coach, does a phenomenal job of helping us continue to develop these quarterbacks, has an eye for talent. Super excited about that. And then on the special team side of thing, you know, we have Drew Sabota, who's been with us all 3 years, going on our 3rd year right now. Our special teams have been phenomenal for the first 2 years, and so continuing to lead into Drew on that side of the ball, you know, and extremely excited to have him back and continue to progress on that front. A lot of battles that are going to go on through the course of camp. This is the deepest that we've been, and so I think it should be the most competitive camp. And something that was really important to us was to bring game reps into our program on the portal. So I did a little study a couple weeks ago, and I think when we started last year on our roster, we had like 325 starts, NCAA starts, and that didn't have to be at North Texas. That could have been anywhere they were coming from. You know, could have been a Division II prospect that we signed, could have been an FCS guy, could have been a guy that's coming, you know, from another FBS program. So starting this year, we're going to have 488 starts under our belt, which was something that was important for me. I knew we needed to get older, more experience, and guys that had valuable game reps under their belt. And so really excited about trying to bring this whole thing together. Excited this time of year, obviously have a great schedule this year. The first time in a long time that North Texas has had 7 home games. So really excited about that opportunity, and excited to continue to play, you know, this conference. I mean, there's not a week off when you do it. We play, you know, 3 different option teams. We have Army, Navy, and Rice this year. UTSA coming to our place, which, you know, Coach Traylor's done an awesome job there. You know, USF's coming on a Friday night, which I don't love playing Friday nights in the state of Texas, but Coach Golis continues to rise the level of that program. Have Washington State coming in for a non-conference game to our home. So really excited about our schedule this year and getting things kicked off. So with all that said, I appreciate you guys, and on to the first question, I guess.
Yes, we have one on the right side, third row.
Hey, Coach. Right side over here. Thomas Christopher from the League Winners. How you doing?
Fantastic. You doing all right?
I'm doing all right, thank you. You guys started off really hot last season, you know, going 5-1. You ran into a little bit of the skid, finishing 1-6, including a close bowl game loss. What inconsistencies from last season are you looking to shore up in, you know, 2025 to prevent that skid from happening again?
Yeah, no doubt. I think offensively, number one is turnovers. You know, you look back and had an explosive offense. You know, if you look at numbers, which I'm not a huge numbers guy, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that we're, you know, in the top couple teams in the nation in offense. But that doesn't always turn into winning football games, right? And I turn in every one of those stats to come off on the top end of winning games. And so offensively, he's turning the ball over. And then our red zone offense. I mean, you look at the Army game stats this year at our place. Defense played phenomenal for us against Army. You know, our first 4 drives, we got inside the 10-yard line and ended up having 3 points off of that. I mean, those are just things you can't do, especially when your opportunities are going to be limited against a team like Army. So I think first and foremost, we got to eliminate turnovers on the offensive side of the ball. And I think it all starts with defending the run on the defensive side. And I think, you know, that's something that's out there, and we know that we have to do a better job. It was important for me this year, I think, changing from a 3-man front to a 4-man front, try to add a little beef in there. And so I think that's going to be the biggest difference is the size that we have on the defensive line, the experience that we brought in. And for us right now on defense, we got to stop the run and earn the right to defend the pass.
Coach, next question will come over second row here on the left, and then we'll go back to the right.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we really had some young guys come on late last year, and so I think having Miles Coleman, who started the last 3 or 4 games for us, back, who was a true freshman for us, and Landon Sides back healthy for us, and then, you know, we were able to go recruit some guys that have had production at a lot of different levels. You know, we got a junior college transfer, Shannon King, coming from Snow. That's probably the fastest guy on our team right now, be able to stretch the field. Getting Cam Dorner, who was All-American at Shepherd. Division II school, being able to get Trey Williams, who was All-American at Limestone last year. And so, and then the running back room, you know, we were banged up all year last year. And so bringing back Mackenzie McGill, who's a kid who's earned a scholarship. He came in as a walk-on, has a whole year under his belt, had a great offseason. And then being able to add Jaden Becks as a kid that was a starter up at Central Missouri, extremely fast kid. And so, yeah, I think, you know, the explosion will come in our skill positions, although some battles have to be, you know, won during the course of spring ball. We signed Simeon Evans from Sam Houston State, who was their leading receiver last year, had over 800 yards and 9 touchdowns. And so I think we have plenty of talent right now. We just have to do a great job at figuring out the guys who will be running out there with the ones when we start, and then the guys that can rotate in and come in as a 1-2 punch.
Again, questions, please raise your hand. The next one will be coming back from the right, third row.
Hey, Coach. It's me again, Thomas Christopher from the League Winners. You know, Jalen Smith is now in the Canadian Football League, and he really broke out for y'all last season. Is there anybody specific on the defense that you think can take that next step going forward, and especially, as you alluded to, you know, in your previous answer, in stopping the run?
Yeah, no doubt. You know, and I think the first thing is getting both of Sam Houston's starting corners in Armstead and Fisher, and guys that have just played a ton of reps and are continually be coached by the same coach and Coach Wilson right now. And I think, you know, having 2 guys on the outside that you trust allows you to do some different things defensively. And so, you know, I'm really excited about seeing those 2 guys play. Will Jones is a guy that's coming back home to Dallas that started at Old Dominion last year. Really excited about what he brings to the table, and an older vocal guy that's played a ton of meaningful football. And then, you know, the most interesting one for me this year is Patrick Smith, a guy who actually started for us my first year here, decided to get in the portal, and did it the right way. Came and communicated with me, didn't think it was the right system for him, and decided to transfer out. And he went back in the portal this year, and he's coming back to us this year. And so really excited about him. You know, and so those will be the guys, and I think our defensive ends, you know, are going to play a lot different techniques, and it's a lot different style of football. So Bryson Haynes is a defensive end. I'm really excited to see Ethan Day is a kid that transferred in against that from Wyoming. We actually played against him, and he had an incredible game against us last year. And so with the new league defense, I'm excited about some of those battles. You know, we had a true freshman walk-on that played receiver for us last year, Quentin Hammonds, that ended up starting the last 7 games on defense for us at safety, who played remarkable. We've moved him now to nickel, and is our starting nickel right now, so excited to see him transition to a new position.
Any final questions for Coach? Raise your hand. Coach, thanks very much. Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
We'll have Rice at 10:20.
Okay, next school, Rice. Scott Abel, our first-year head coach at Rice, first year in our conference. You know, we've got a big infusion of talent, of head coaches in our conference. And just a little background on Scott, since he's new to the American. This guy's a proven winner. 86 wins and 5 NCAA playoff appearances in 13 years. And I think what says it best is when he took over at Davidson, they were on the heels of 10 straight losing seasons. And then Scott comes in and takes them to 7 straight winning seasons. But I think he's a terrific fit at Rice. You know, being in a place like Davidson where you have a strong balance between academics and athletics, you need to have someone in the head coaching position that really understands that kind of climate. So the bad news for some coaches in our league is he's going to be one of those innovative offensive types that might bring flex bone option. I don't know exactly what he calls it. I'm sure he'll tell you. But it just, again, the theme today has been the excitement we're going to put on the field on offense. So with that, I'm really excited to introduce first-year head coach at Rice, Scott Abel.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Tim, for the kind introduction. What an exciting time, right? Media days means we're one day closer to football. You know, I'm excited to be here, first year in the conference. You know, the American, what an unbelievable fit for Rice, for the future of where we're going as a program. And I'm excited to be here. And I thank Tim and their staff for putting such a great event on for us as a program, and for me, a first-year head coach in the league. You know, real quick, you know, what a great 7 months it's been for our program. You know, it's been full of really the people part of this. You know, when I think about what the first 7 months, how do you surround the program with the right people in the building, the staff, your roster, and really proud of what we've been able to accomplish. Excited now to get going as we jump into August. And, you know, that's the quick skinny. You know, I have some familiarity with the area, being, you know, Davidson, for those you don't know, or, you know, it's 15 miles north of here, right? So I've spent the last 7 years in the greater Charlotte area. So, you know, as I landed yesterday, you know, I have a daughter that's still in the area who's engaged and has a life here. So, you know, she met me at the hotel, so it was nice. So kind of felt like coming back home a little bit today. So excited to be here. I'm excited to answer your questions. And with that, I will open it up to you and what questions you have.
Thank you, Coach. Again, to ask a question, please raise your hand. We'll get a microphone to you. We have 2. We'll start with Justin in the second row, and then we'll make our way around.
Coach, Justin Jones from CarolinaGridiron.com. I had the privilege of covering you at Davidson the entire time you were there. How much of that run-heavy, you know, like just punch-em offense are you looking to bring to Rice as you get here?
Well, I would tell you, I mean, the offense has grown at every stop of the way. You know, I've been a head coach since I was 27 years old, and most jobs have found me because they were looking for a different identity offensively, right? Because they're not sure they can match up with the schedule, the conference, the district, whatever it may be. So through the years, it's grown. I'm excited to see how it'll grow here, but make no mistake about it. We're going to run the football, right? My programs have led the country at all levels in rushing. You know, something 10 of the last 15 years. And of the other 5 years, I think we were top 5 in somehow, some way. So we're going to run the rock creatively, right? You know, we tag it gun choice because we're using so many different levels of option football now, right? You know, you have your traditional option principles that we tag into, but there's also RPO now that we're utilizing inside the offense. There's also read zone concepts. And so for our roster, implementing that is really important, and making sure that we're ready to run all phases, I think, as we begin conference play for the first time, will be imperative. But for those of you that have seen the offense, it'll look eerily similar to what you've watched through the years, right? With little different approaches at time.
Staying on the right side, third row.
Brandon Pockers, the league winners. How are you doing today?
Good morning. Yeah.
So as of you're in your first year head coach at Rice, how has the process been for you so far? What have been some of the challenges? What have been some of the successes? And overall, what mentality have you implemented in the program since arriving?
Yeah, so I've said this a lot. The transition has gone incredibly better than maybe what one would think. You know, when you're moving across country, you're jumping levels, right? So I don't hide from any of that, right? But with that said, right, we were able to maintain a good majority of the roster. Right, that's where it starts, is with your people. So day one, I arrived and I met with every player on the roster, and our comments were, if you came here to win football games and win championships at Rice, we want you here, right? We weren't looking to flip a roster. I truly believe this. I think at Rice, we can't be about building a team from year to year. We got to build a program. So I didn't come here to build a team. I came to build a program. And with that, that means you really got to develop people. So that has gone incredibly great. Hired some great people in the building. I thought from day one, the energy has been really high. I don't think I've had, you know, my 5th head job, I don't think I've had a program buy in as quick as our program at Rice has to our vision, where we're going, where we want to go. You know, now some of the challenges are the challenges that I think everyone's facing now. I don't think they were new because you took over a new job. It's new because of the landscape of the institutional support that's coming into college football. It's new because of how the game has changed, how the programs now have to adjust. So I think my challenges were really no different than anyone else's challenges, whether they had been at their institutions for 10 years or they were coming in a new program. And for us, it's been all about our we culture, right? I'm trying to get to every part of that question, you know, and for us, you know, our we culture is built on win everything, win everywhere, with everyone. And we installed that day one, that mentality into our guys. And that's really about how are we going to compete every day to be the best version of ourselves for everyone around us, including Rice football. And that's what we expect of our program, you know, whether that's competing on the field or in the classroom or in the community. So proud of what we're doing right now. I think we've had a lot of growth in the 7 months, and now we're getting ready to find out as we head into August.
We'll stay to the right with Richard Walker, then we have 2 over on the left. Go ahead, Richard.
Richard Walker, Carolina Sports Hub. Obviously, you come from a school with similar academic background. With the NIL era, was there any interest in trying to bring a bunch of Davidson guys with you, or how did that work out? Because obviously you're familiar with them and you had success there.
Yeah, you know, no, to be honest, and that has nothing to do with my players at Davidson, Rice. As you transition schools, right, I think it's important to immediately, right, establish your roots there. And so that means establishing with the program there and the players there. And so we did that. And as we have looked to any changes that happen on the roster, we have looked right in the state of Texas, right? So we signed 22 high school players this year. 16 of them are from Texas, right? We brought some transfers in to fill in some holes and gaps, and some of them were high school players in Texas coming back home. And that is really the future of our program, right? We're located in one of the best football cities in the country, in the best football state in the country. And so we have to make a living in developing the talent that is really homegrown right there. And so I thought it was the best practice was, let's go right now, let's dive into who we're going to be for the future.
Coach, over here to the left, we have 2 questions.
Hey, Coach, Matthew Bartlett from the Roost. Coach Munkin was up here earlier talking about his iteration of the option. What's it like coming into a league that already has 2 option teams, and kind of how is yours a bit unique? Where do you draw inspiration from with your offense?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I would tell you for me, through the years, if there's another option-oriented program in the league is beneficial. Right, I think you're able to gain some knowledge, right, through the scouting process that way, and you know, we are wildly unique when you look at the different systems. And I think now, you know, all 3 programs, if you look at the teams who everyone in the league would consider have option based to their principles offensively, I think we're all 3 different, and how teams have to defend us is going to be different. So, you know, what separates us is, I mean, we will work exclusively from a gun operation set. Exclusively. I don't hide from that, right? I'm that guy that didn't take a snap in the gun. I was under center for my first 15 years of my career. Evolving to some read zone triple allowed me to get more creative for our program. And now I get nervous if my quarterback has to go under center. Right, there'll be people that I'm sure in our stands will yell at me on Saturday, like when it's 4th and 1 and I'm still in the gun. That won't make sense to them. Well, they don't coach on Monday through Sunday in my program, so I don't really care if it makes sense to them. Right, what makes sense to me is what we do every day. And so I think that's going to be the biggest change that you will see between the 3 different programs. We'll work exclusively out of a gun, and the system that we employ, you'll see a lot of different programs using different parts of what we do. We just buy into all of it.
Staying here to the left with Hunter.
Hunter Bailey with the Charlotte Observer. Scott, curious, after spending time in the Carolinas for the past years, you get to come back. They play Charlotte. I think it's week 4. What will it be like, ESPN game, for you to come back to the Queen City?
Yeah, I don't know if that was by accident, just luck of the draw that the conference play starts with us coming to Charlotte. I think for me, it'll be simply about the game, right? The exciting part that we're opening up American Conference play. I think the outside noise, I'll leave to family and friends that are excited. They don't have to travel to Texas, right, to watch a game. Other than that, to me, the exciting part will be first conference game as we now begin American Conference play.
We have a couple more that we'll end with on the right. First, Justin, and then the row behind.
Coach, your success at Davidson kind of helped spearhead a new stadium on campus there. What are your thoughts about now going to a historic stadium like Rice Stadium, and your thoughts on the general facilities for the Rice program?
Well, I think we have facilities now that they fit our conference, right? We have an historic stadium, and there's always talk in today's football about where does money go, because the arms race of building facilities compared to now you have NIL, rev sharing, institutional support. So some of that I leave up to other people to figure out, right? I've spent the last 4 years raising money, helping build a stadium on a campus. So there's a lot of talk always about what's the next step for our facility, like there are a lot of campuses, and I'm excited for some of the talk going on, and I think the historic part of our stadium will never go away or be changed. It's any changes that the future has for us, it'll be how do we modernize what we have on campus to make it better for our scholar athletes, our alumni base, and our fan base.
Final question, third row from League Winners.
Brandon Pockris of the League Winners. In terms of leadership and guys on your roster, who has stood out to you in that category so far? And then as you head towards the regular season throughout fall camp, what are you hoping to see from your players in that category?
Well, the 2 guys I'm going to name are the 2 guys that joined me on this trip, right? Ty Morris and Micah Barnett. And I'll start with Ty, right? Yeah. And no one's asked defensive questions, which is fine. I get used to this over time, but I do want to take this moment and say, how excited I am about what we're doing on defense, right? And I think Ty's as good a player as is in our league. Ty's the guy that's going to play on Sunday, incredibly talented, and we return a good core nucleus on that side of the football. Our staff, John Kay, been promoted to D coordinator, has a similar history that I do, which is really comfortable for me. We were able to retain some really good players, keep them on campus. That's going to pay off for us, right? I'm excited about what our defense can bring to the program this year and the leadership that they'll provide for us. And guys like Micah on offense and Ty on defense collectively, what we need out of them is to drive the future forward in what we're trying to accomplish. And for us, we're trying to focus on one day at a time. How do we show up to compete each day for one another and do it together? Because that's how we think we can accomplish great things at Rice. So those are my expectations moving forward. We'll focus on one day at a time, expect to compete, expect to win when we step on the field.
Thank you, Coach. That's all the time.
No, appreciate it. I do want to give a real quick comment to all our folks in Texas that have been devastated by the floods. I know everybody's seen it out there. Please continue to keep them in your prayers throughout the country. It's just been devastating on that side of the state. And we've had people in Houston that have been affected by it. Not necessarily the floods in Houston, there haven't been, but family members. So please keep them in your prayers. Thank you again. Go Owls.
Next up will be Navy momentarily, so stand by. All right, the U.S. Naval Academy, Coach Brian Newberry. So I talked to Coach Newberry at dinner last night. I didn't realize until I did a little bit more research that he and I have something in common that you wouldn't expect. It has nothing to do with football, it has nothing to do with athletics, but Coach Newberry is an amateur photographer, and I took up photography about 15 years ago. So we had a fun conversation about that, and I had no idea the depth of his interests. But I think what he's learned is that he's having great success on the other side of the camera, so I'm not sure how much time he's getting to be behind it. But overall, Coach Newberry is a real leader in our conference. And, the success of Navy last year can't be understated. I was talking, to their student athletes outside, and I was talking to Blake Horvath's mom about this. Army and Navy's success bring national visibility to the American. And we have great brands in big markets in this league, but the 10-win season that Navy had last year, including a win against Oklahoma in the Armed Forces Bowl, sent a very strong statement about this conference and about who we are. And if there's any program that I would argue is not trying to be flashy, they're just strong, they're tough, they're gritty, they'll come at you on every single play, it's the U.S. Naval Academy. And I think you only need to look as far as Coach Brian Newberry.
Good morning. Excited to be here. Thanks for the kind words, Tim. And thank you to the American staff. It's an exceptional event. Special shout out to Jamie, Shane, Chuck. You guys do a phenomenal job. Couldn't have a better guy leading us than Tim. I said this last year. I think he's exactly what we need. He's a guy that fights for our conference, fights for our coaches, fights for our players. He's smart, he's innovative, he thinks outside the box, and couldn't be more proud of the work you've done and the job you've done so far and continue to do. So appreciate you. Here with our captains, I want to make sure I mention those guys, Blake Horvath, Landon Robinson, two outstanding captains for us, great football players as well, but phenomenal human beings. Everything that the Naval Academy stands for, they represent. They represent our program extremely well, and couldn't be more proud to have those two guys as our captains. You talk about guys that represent the Academy the right way. I think Blake had a 4.0 this last semester, juggling everything that he has to do with being a Division I football player and having a 4.0 at the Naval Academy. To say that's impressive is an understatement. Landon Robinson is our deputy captain of captains at the Academy, and to put that in perspective, we have 36 sports, and so these guys are obviously loved and respected by their teammates, but they're also loved and respected by their fellow midshipmen at the Academy. So we couldn't have better representation. Our senior class is outstanding. There's probably 4 or 5 of the guys that could be here representing us as captains. The leadership is really pervasive in that senior class, and so a lot of things for me to be excited about. I always have a gut feeling about our team. I felt good about our team last year. Feel really good about our team this year, and really nothing to do with what we have coming back. And we do have a lot of production coming back, but it's who we are. It's a team that These guys genuinely like each other. They love each other. They care about each other. They play for each other. So I'm excited about that. Close teams are powerful teams. And, you know, I look back to January and the work that we've put in, you know, up to this point, and we don't talk a lot about winning. We do talk a lot about deserving success and embracing the work and embracing the process, showing up, doing the work on a consistent basis at a very high standard, and we've done that. And so that gives me a good feeling about who we are and where we're at. I think our work ethic has exceeded our expectations. I think last year at this time we were a wishful and a hopeful football team that did all the right things, but just wasn't sure who we were going to be. And I think there's been a paradigm shift in our program and who we are and what our expectations are. So excited about the season and looking forward to these guys reporting on Tuesday and getting after it. With that, I'll open it up to questions.
Thanks. We'll take questions. Please raise your hand so we can see them, and we'll bring a microphone. And obviously, please introduce yourself and your affiliation prior to. So we'll start on the right side, third row.
Hey, Coach, it's Thomas Christopher from the League Winners. For fans who, you know, are listening or watching, they might not know that Navy is unique in not participating in the transfer portal for incoming players. How do you maintain a competitive edge in the conference with that approach? And can you speak about what makes your roster's continuity a strength?
Yeah. Well, we're kind of a unicorn, you know, in college football, and we take a lot of pride in that. We're still truly a developmental program. This is a close team, and it's you know, it's not something that we have to manipulate or fabricate in a semester. I mean, these are bonds that are forged and over time, doing tough things. And we don't have NIL at the academy, but we do on the back end of the academy. And the young men that come to the Naval Academy understand the big picture. It's not just about football. And so, you know, I think people appreciate that nowadays, being a part of a developmental program where, you know, the guys you come in with are the guys you're going to graduate with. Those guys can be some of your best friends for the rest of your life. And so we double down on that. And we've got a close football team, and you know, that's a force multiplier on Saturdays. And so there may be weeks we come out, we're not as talented as the people across the field from us. You know, what's our edge going to be? How are we going to make up for that? We're going to be a close football team. We're going to play harder than anybody in the country. We're going to be more disciplined than anybody in the country. And so we take a lot of pride in what we do and how we do it.
Additional questions for Coach? I guess we'll stay to the right.
Coach, Thomas Christopher from the League Winners again. You know, defeating Oklahoma in last year's bowl game was an excellent culmination of the program's success last year. How does that victory shape your team's confidence and preparation heading into the season?
Yeah, well, certainly it was great momentum going to the offseason. Really excited about the way that we finished the year last year. You know, going down 14 points early to a team like Oklahoma and coming back, I think speaks a lot to the character of our football team. I think it's also important to understand last year's team is not this year's team, and what we did last year has nothing to do with what we're going to do this year. But it was certainly great for the momentum. You know, I mentioned the paradigm shift and going from a team that was hopeful and wishful to being a team that has some expectations and some confidence, and not an arrogance or an overconfidence, but certainly there's an expectation within our program right now. That's different.
Questions for Coach? We'll stay with Thomas over there.
Thomas Christopher, the League Winners once again, Coach. I know a lot of fans like hearing about offense, but I'm very curious to see on who you expect to step up for your defense this season.
Yeah, we got a lot of guys, and we lost some good players on that side of the football, but I'm excited about what we've got coming back, excited about what we were able to do in the offseason and spring ball. Very athletic on defense, and a lot of kids back that played meaningful snaps for us last year that have had a tremendous offseason. So very excited about the potential of who we could be on that side of the ball as well.
Coach, I'll jump in with a question about the two student athletes that you mentioned that you brought. Just what are those intangibles? What makes them special, and what are you expecting from them this season?
Yeah, so many things. Those guys are humble. They're servant leaders. They care about their player or teammates. They put their teammates before themselves. Just selfless, like so many of our guys. And Not only, like I said earlier, they're great football players, but they're great human beings, and they do things the right way. They're workers, take pride in what they do, and they care about the guys around them.
And for this season, what are you looking forward to the most?
Playing VMI. That's what we're focused on right now, and obviously getting into camp and trying to do things better than we've ever done them before. And excited to see, the fruit of the labor in the off season pay off. We've got a lot of work in front of us, and our guys know that, but they're chomping at the bit. I think they're equally excited about the prospect of the season, and just excited to get back to camp and get ready to play that first game.
We'll go back to Thomas on the right side.
Hey, Coach. Thomas Christopher, the league winners. The triple option offense, you adapted a bit last year to show more versatility. Do you have a plan further to evolve that going to the season, especially, with the way modern defenses are constantly changing as well?
Yeah, we're constantly evolving, and I think the thing that Drew Cronick does really, really well is he's always been able to evolve the offense to suit his players and to be able to take advantage of what they do well. Fortunate to have Blake Horvath at quarterback. I don't think there's a better player in the country that fits, what we do offensively, and the progress that he's made and will continue to make is really exciting and allows us to do a lot of different things.
Any final questions for Coach? Coach, thanks very much. Good luck.
Thank you for all your questions. Take care.
Next up will be UAB at 11 a.m.
All right, everybody, we'll keep it rolling. UAB, Trent Dilfer. So everybody knows the story of Trent and his playing career. Pro Bowler, Super Bowl winning quarterback, played 14 years in the league. I think his body will tell you that he played 14 years in the league. Probably got the aches and pains to prove it. The stuff nobody talks about, this is obviously a football media day, but, Trent has gotten his program to a different place. Like, he's got balance in the program. He has the program participating in Habitat for Humanity and partnership with Children's Harbor to support families and children with serious illnesses. Like, that's the type of thing we talked about in our speech. We talked about life skills. This is the type of thing we're responsible as leaders to provide. I busted him, said, what took you so long to get from your TV spot? He has a flair for the TV thing, because I think he's the only coach in our league that has been a nominee for an Emmy Award. But Trent came to me more than once this year with an innovative idea. And we hit it off from the start because we both believe in the same thing, which is we're going to have to charge ahead and break glass and, and maybe lose some people along the way to get where we're going. But he's brought some great opportunities to the league that I think will play out in an innovative way. And it's great to have a partner on the football side that believes in that. So with that, we'll bring up Trent Dilfer.
Good afternoon. I'll start by complimenting Commissioner. Tim has been such a strong leader. I was telling a reporter earlier, if being a coach in this conference feels like when I was a player in Baltimore and Steve Bisciotti took over. It feels like when I was a player in Tampa and the Glaziers took over. It feels like being a player at the 49ers when Jed York was learning how to be one of the best owners in football. When you have a strong leader that has courage, that has boldness, that is willing to think outside the box, that communicates so clearly with his people under him, and then that can build a great team, because Tim gets a lot of credit, but the team he's built is so good in this conference. It gives you comfort knowing that you're led by the right person and the right people. So I want to start by thanking him. And I'm sure every coach came up here and thanked their admin and their president. Nobody's more thankful than me that I even have a job. So, after 7 wins in 2 years, I'm incredibly grateful that we get an opportunity to try to fix this thing this year. It's been incredibly disappointing. At times, I don't know how to articulate what's happened, but John Gordon's a dear friend. He has this corny acronym that he's used forever, but it's so true. And I've experienced as a player and now as a coach, loss. Learning opportunity, stay strong. Everybody talks about the learning opportunity. The stay strong is the hard part, because you have to stay strong for your people. And in the midst of incredible turnover, in the midst of some very difficult situations we've had to encounter, staying strong for the people that are under me has been a real challenge, because there's times I felt very weak. There's times where you just don't feel like you have the stuff that they need. And I know a lot of coaches, we're in an era when college coaches are supposed to be strong, invincible. We celebrate ego and brashness and this and that, and I'm the opposite. I've been broken. Now, obviously I have a much richer football life than many of them, but I'm not afraid to admit that I've been broken by this, and that's a good thing. I think if you think that's a bad thing, then you're probably where I was a few years ago, where you haven't realized in your journey that this is part of it. I've had to rethink through some leadership things. I've had to rethink through some football stuff. I've had to rethink through some nurturing things. And the one thing that I've come back to is that the biggest mistake that I made that others make when they're not successful is they try to be something they're not. And we're all wired a certain way, and I'm wired as a nurturer. I'm wired as a positive guy. I've gone back and talked to teammates and said what are the best qualities about me as a leader. I've gone back and talked to coaches that I've worked for or worked with me, and I've tried to go back to being a better version of me. And I think that's what our building needs. I went out and I tried to align myself with new coaches that see the world through my lens. We've tried to love our players tough. We've really pushed them to be grown men, get the childish ways behind them. They've been given more responsibility in this era of rev share and NIL, and I think that it's our responsibility to help them grow faster, be more mature earlier, so that money doesn't ruin them. So we've had to align our building in such a way that maximizes not just the coaches in it, but the players in it. And the best analogy I've given is if you took a towel and you soaked it in water and then you started twisting it to get the water out. Most of us will twist it and get it to where we think it's dry, but it's not dry, it's still damp. So then you got to really grind it a little bit harder. Get a couple more drops out and you think it's dry. It's not dry. Then you step on one side and you twist it more and you get some partners to squeeze and you think this towel is dry, but there's still more water in there. That's how we're looking at our program. We're trying to twist that towel to squeeze out every possible drop of potential our players have, our coaches have, our staffers have. Twist that towel to maximize every resource that we have, and we're loving the battle of doing so. So I told myself, listen, I learned how to coach speak when I was about 24 years old. I wasn't going to do that to y'all. I'll be honest. I'll be transparent. I'll answer any question you have, but that's the state of the UAB football program.
Thank you, Coach. We're going to take some questions now. Please raise your hand so our microphones can get to them. We're going to start over on the right with league winners, so please introduce yourself prior to your questions.
Hey, Coach, how you doing today?
Good.
My name is Thomas Christopher from the League Winners. What's your strategy for positioning UAB to compete with the conference's top programs, and how do you game plan for unique challenges like Army, Navy, and now Rice's options?
Yeah, I think the first question is probably something that other coaches have talked about. I'm taking the stance that we have what we have, and we're going to maximize every single part of it. I can't control what other people have. I can't control any of that stuff. I can control what the resources we have, and we're going to position ourselves by looking under every rock and breaking every pane of glass, like the commissioner said, to maximize the potential within our building. The strategic challenges are real. And I was just doing the TV thing and was trying to explain that, you know, I wanted to find a defensive staff that has the same background as I have defensively as part of two of the greatest defenses in the history of professional football, in the '99 Buccaneers and the 2000 Ravens. And both Monty Kiffin and Marvin Lewis were very similar in a lot of things they did. So I wanted to bring somebody in that kind of saw the world that way, but also could defend the triple option. So I was basically looking for a unicorn. And, you know, you guys probably know this about me. I'm a man of faith, and I sat there and I just started praying, Lord, I don't think this is possible, but, you know, could you please try to bring me this person? And he presented himself as Steve Russ. You know, and his time at Air Force, became very familiar with defending the triple. Knows it like the back of his hand. Now the triple's evolved a lot since then, so we all have our challenges defending these incredible coaches that coach this hybrid triple option thing. But I want, you know, to have both of those things, to structure an NFL style defense with the sophistication, with the teaching progressions, with the knowledge of how to play certain structures, to be multiple, but then to also have the ability to defend the triple was something that we have to do, and Steve is the man, and then to be a hire people that maybe fill gaps of his or that he's comfortable working with has been pretty amazing to watch him put together this defensive staff.
Questions for Coach Dilfer? We'll stay with league winners. Go ahead.
Coach Thomas Christopher from the League Winners once again. You know, it's kind of interesting, you know, prior to the 2002 NFL season, there were rumors that you actually had some interest joining the Cincinnati Bengals, where John Kitna was actually the quarterback. Now you're coaching his son. Can you talk about the relationship you have with the Kitna family and your expectations for Jalen this season?
Yeah, and I thought long hard before I came here how I was going to talk about Jalen, because, you know, if I was in your seat which I was for years, I would think there'd be a natural bias by me talking about Jalen, and there probably would be, right? If I were just to give you a basic outline of him. I've been very close to the family for years. John and I grew up playing the same time. We're dear friends off the field. We're both board members of a ministry, so our wives know each other. We did the high school coaching thing, like we lean on each other for high school stuff. So we go really far back. The thing I didn't want to make the mistake of with Jalen when he came to UAB was you could tell in about 3 hours that he was the most talented person in the building. It didn't take long to realize that I didn't even know how talented Jalen was when he went to Florida. I was so busy at Lipscomb and so busy doing that and dealing with my own quarterbacks that I had forgotten how talented Jalen was. And then to see him and be around him, you realize that, you truly have a unique talent. But he hadn't played a lot of football. And I didn't want to throw him in there, and I didn't want it to be Trent's biased, so he's going to play his buddy's kid thing. I didn't want daddy ball stuff to come up. So Jalen had to earn it. He came off an injury that set him back a little bit, and then it just became clear that he was the best quarterback on our team. So when we made the move, we knew there was going to be some growing pains because he hadn't played a lot of football. And he played kind of like we expected him to. His highs were extremely highs and his lows were extremely low. But what gave us tremendous confidence through the process going into this year was that he never changed. Whether he threw for whatever he threw for Tulsa or whether, he threw a few interceptions and we got beat by 1 million by Tulane, he stayed the same. And he showed a lot of the qualities that the great NFL quarterbacks have that I wish I had more of, which is just that temperament to not flinch. And the kid just doesn't flinch. He's gone through a lot of adversity already as a young person and has handled it extremely well, and the football was part of it. Here's how I'll sum up Jalen Kitna, because I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of questions, and you can refer back to this quote as the season goes on. I was the 6th pick of the NFL draft in 1994. I was projected to be the 1st pick. At the time, I was one of the higher-rated quarterbacks that had ever been evaluated. Now, I was not very good, but I was very talented. Jalen Kitna is better than me at every level of football at this stage of our career. There's not one thing that I was better at than Jalen Kitna is. And I was the 6th pick of the draft. So now I also played with, I think, 7 NFL players on that offense. I had Jeff Tedford as my coach, who's a much better coach than I am. So I had some advantages. And our challenge is not for Jalen to play to our expectation. Our challenge is to support him with people that can help him flourish. And the responsibility is us as coaches to coach him that well. Because when you're given a unique talent, there's a burden on the coach to not dumb it down too much. Like, we have a responsibility to not just win games, but to get him ready to go have a 15 to 20-year career in the NFL. And we take that very serious, and we demand a lot from him in that process. And he is, like last year, he has not flinched in that process.
Continuing with questions for Coach Dilfer. Coach, I'll throw one out for you. The other side of the ball, you brought another student athlete. If you can just talk about him and what you expect from him this season.
Thank you. Yeah, Denver's been a great asset to our team. We really targeted a certain type of kid in the portal. We know that we have to be very strategic and watch the markets play out in the portal. So with this new staff, with some additions to our personnel department, we took a very tactical approach on the type of kid and the type of traits we were looking for. And Denver we targeted him off jump. In fact, he's one of the very few that in the early evaluation period when the markets were really hot and people were being paid more than they're worth, he was already at the top of that list. And we were very fortunate that we were able to, wait it out and get him for the price that we got him. He's a dynamic interior player. He's versatile. He can play the 3 technique. He can jump inside and play a 2. He has pass rush ability. He's got strength. He's got twitch. He's super smart. Really good leadership qualities. Has really been a huge asset as we've tried to make our building take kind of more of a professional approach to how we do life and football. Denver's been a great leader. He's been one of, we prioritize service in our program probably as much as anybody in the country. It's at 4,500 hours now of our kids serving the 99 neighborhoods of Birmingham, which is really important to us. And Denver, in his short time here, has already put in 40 hours. And by the way, Jalen Kitna leads our team with like 70 hours. So our best players are our best people. They're our best leaders, and Denver fits into that.
Final question will be back over from league winners.
Man, you got a lot to ask me, dude. This is awesome.
Hey, man, somebody's got to do it. It's Thomas Christopher from the League Winners. Last year you had a program that had a top 5 passing offense in the conference, but on the other hand of that, you guys had a bottom 4 rushing attack and was the lone team with single-digit rushing touchdowns. How do you plan on balancing the team's pass-heavy approach with the need for a consistent running game?
Yeah, we've always wanted to be more balanced. I'll take a lot of that blame. We also got to a point where when we weren't going to go to a bowl game, I wanted to make sure that Jalen was getting as many attempts as possible. If I go back and do it all over again to protect his body, to protect some of the limitations we had on the offensive line, I would have stayed more balanced. My history has been being balanced. If you go back to even my high school Lipscomb play calling days, I would end each year at like 51% run, 49% pass. Like, it's kind of scary balanced. I believed in that in the NFL. We got out of whack a little bit last year. I will say this, though. The college game has changed a little bit too, and with the rules, a lot of these pass attempts are really runs. If you go back and look at the Green Bay Packers split back sweep, that's like 6 passes of ours. Like, we're running sweep plays. They just happen to be called passes. So I don't get too caught up in those numbers anymore. I think yards per attempt is a much more telling stat when you're talking about rushing. I think finishing drives off running the football is really important. And then obviously more important than any of it is turning the ball over, and less bad things can happen when you run the football. So mitigating risk is definitely, it doesn't get talked about enough from an offensive standpoint and from a play caller standpoint. But to me, in my experience in football, when you can mitigate risk and still not limit explosive qualities, that's kind of the happy balance you're trying to find. And we, like every other great offensive coach in this conference, and there's a bunch of them, are searching for that secret sauce.
Thanks, Coach. That's all the time we have for you.
All right, thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
Next will be East Carolina.
All right, y'all, East Carolina. So Blake Harrell, talk about, like, this is a guy, if you're auditioning for something in your life, this is the guy you want to hang out with, because his audition last year for the head coaching position was really a fun story to watch. And I remember being down there early on. He may have been coaching in his second game, and it was a Thursday night, and I'm on the field and hanging out, and he kind of rolls over towards me, and we shake hands, and he's like, "How are you doing?" I said, "I don't know. How are you doing?" And he's like, "We're having fun." And it occurred to me, and you watch the team play, like there was this loose mentality of like, hey, let's relax and let's line it up and let's play. We got nothing to lose. But, his audition as the interim produced some serious numbers. They averaged 46 points a game. They won 4 straight games when he took the interim role. He's been at ECU since 2020. He was defensive coordinator there before taking over. And during the search, I remember talking to athletic director John Gilbert, and he was sort of updating me on the search. And, I'm talking to him at a game, and I was like, what about this guy over here? Like every week he seems to be winning. So I think for John, it was just a terrific answer, someone that players had familiarity with, that understood the culture, that knew the personalities, and I love the way they ended the season. Blake got the head coaching job permanently before the end of the season. Then they went into the Military Bowl and whooped up on NC State, which was a terrific result for our conference. And I'm just really happy for him personally because I know how bad he wanted the opportunity to take over full time. So with that, we'll bring up Blake.
Appreciate that. Just want to say a huge thank you to the commissioner, to the conference office, and the American Conference. In my time with the American Conference, I've witnessed tremendous growth on and off the field, and I'm proud to be a part of a conference that continues to rise and soar. I also want to say a special thank you to Tim. Just your support that you had for me last November means a lot to me and my family. Thank you. I'm fired up to be the 23rd head football coach at East Carolina. There's no better place in my mind. It's a special place. It's a special place in Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, Greenville, and in Pirate Nation. Thank you to our fans. Thank you to Pirate Nation for making it a place where football matters. The momentum we have coming off last season and into this spring has been awesome. And as I tell our players, you can't take one single play from last season into this season, but you can take that confidence. 2025 is a new year, it's a new team, it's a new season. I'm excited about our team and excited about this group. And today I brought two tremendous young men with me that represents our football team. First of all, I got Raheem Craig on the defensive side of the ball, an outside linebacker. He's a senior who graduated in May. Raheem is from up the road in Taylorsville, North Carolina, about an hour away. Raheem brings energy to our building, to our program that's relentless every single day, not just on the field or at practice, but in everything he does. I think some of the folks saw that on the baseball diamond last night. We sure didn't see him hit the baseball. Also with us is our quarterback, Caden Hauser. Caden's our returning starter. Came on at the end of the season last year and finished really strong for us. And it's our first time we've had a returning starter at quarterback at that position since the 21-22 season. His commitment to being a Pirate and just loves loves Greenville and loves being a Pirate, I think says a lot about who he is, especially in this day and time and the current landscape of college football. What I'm most proud of Caden about is his leadership and the role he's taken on in this offseason, and he's leading from the front. The rest of our football team, we lost 22 seniors, 22 special young men that laid the foundation. But we've welcomed 53 new players into our team, 23 true freshmen. What I'm most pleased about in our locker room, with bringing 53 new guys into our locker room, is the way they've welcomed those guys in. The way we welcomed those guys in, but kept the focus on the team. Our roster is made up of 40% of first and second year players. With 40% of your first and second year players is going to become youth, but with that youth becomes guys that bring energy, guys that are ready to compete and go at it and are hungry. And we got some key returning players on each side of the ball, some vets. I think you look at returning starters, it may not be that impressive number, but we've done a really good job the last several seasons of playing a lot of guys, adding a lot of depth. So although some of those guys haven't been starters full time, they've played a lot of snaps, played a lot of football. So I'm excited about those guys. Through the portal, we also did add some experience there. I think overall we have 28 seniors on our football team, so excited about the older young men in our program as well. Our staff has been unbelievable, and I wouldn't be standing here today if it wasn't for our staff. I'm just really proud of the way they mentor and lead our young men, and doing a great job there. This offseason, we've had a really good offseason in my opinion. Through the first 3 quarters, we broke it down into 4 quarters of an off season. Your winter training, your spring practice, your summer training, and we're getting ready to start the 4th quarter. Here on Sunday, we report Sunday. We open the season on August 28th with a Thursday night game. So we report Sunday. Our first practice is Monday morning, and we got a lot of work to do. We know that. We're excited to go attack the next 34 days. Our big focus this offseason, as we go through the training, as we go through it, has been just everything we do, whether it's the weight room, whether it's practice, whether it's classroom, is doing it with relentless effort, intense energy, discipline, and execution. In closing, I'd just like to say this. It's been an honor to serve our players, serve our community, serve Greenville, our university, and Pirate Nation. You know, it's an honor to be a part of the American Conference. It's a competitive league full of a lot of good coaches, a lot of good players. I'm excited about what's ahead. I'm excited about the 2025 season. At this time, we'll open up for questions.
Thanks, Coach. We'll take questions. Please raise your hand, and we'll get to you with microphones. We have 3 on the right side, 4 on the right side. We'll start with Justin and move our way to Richard, and then a couple in the back.
Hey, Coach. Justin Jones from CarolinaGridiron.com. Your coaching philosophy is emphasizing fundamentals, discipline, and adaptability. Given all of your new starters, we'll start on the defensive side. How are you prioritizing just the rapid integration of these new defensive personnel, but keeping those high standards of like red zone defense and tackles for loss that you had in 2024?
Yeah, thanks, Justin, for the question. You know, I think it starts with how you do anything, how you do everything. And for me, that's, you know, how we come into the building, how we attack practice, how we attack meetings. And we got to set that foundation before we ever get into third down defense, red zone defense, tempo offense. You know, if we can't participate in those things correctly and attack that the right way, then nothing else matters. So that's kind of where our foundation is. You know, I talked about our focus in the offseason, been playing with relentless effort. And that's got to be it. The effort, the energy you play with. And you look back, and I get asked this a lot, like what changed in 24? What changed from early in the season to late in the season? And we really just focus on how we do things, you know, playing for each other, playing with great effort, playing with great energy. And that was huge for us. And, you know, that was a lesson that we all learned, and it was successful for us, and we're just definitely going to take that into 2025.
Stay here on the right with Richard Walker.
Richard Walker, Carolina Sports Hub. Obviously, one of the local guys you got, your defensive coach, Damian Wilson, highly rated recruit, goes to SEC, comes back to you. Now he's a preseason all-conference pick. How much is he giving your defense? And I'm assuming you as a defensive guy were involved in that kind of comeback to home state recruit.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Yeah, a local from Gastonia down the road, Damian Wilson. Day went to Mizzou. I'd recruited him out of high school, and I think it's very important anytime, you know, we have a chance to bring a young man from the state of North Carolina back home and back to East Carolina is pretty special. And Day is one of those guys that, you know, started in the bowl game for us, played a lot last season, may not be considered a returning starter, but in my mind, he is a starter for us. I'm really excited about this season for him. And I can see just in the offseason, like the way he works out, attacks things, attacks practice, just the maturity level. You can tell, you know, a lot of young men going in their last season, kind of a different mindset. And Day certainly has that mindset right now. And looking forward to him leading our defense. He'll obviously wear the coach-to-player communication for us and kind of run the calls there. So I'm looking forward to that.
We had some questions towards the back on that right side, the 5th row, over here in the little straight ahead. 2 in that row. We'll go with you.
Coach Stephen Igo with Hoist the Colors, and you know, you guys brought in a lot of the transfers as well. Just curious, maybe if you could pick one on each side of the ball that has really stood out, not only on the field but just like fitting in the locker room quickly.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. You know, it's an honor to have this in North Carolina. A lot of our local media gets to attend, a lot of our fans. I've been walking the hallways and seeing a lot of purple and gold out there and just bumping into some of those folks, and that's been pretty special for our student athletes as well. And usually back in Greenville, Stephen's the first question, so I'm a little disappointed he wasn't today. But yeah, we've added several new faces to both sides of the football, and really excited about those young men and how they're fitting into our locker room, not just from an athletic standpoint, but from a culture, how they've bought into. It's about the team, and it's about each other, and what we can do to help each other and help us win football games. Obviously, we lost some key spots at receivers. We got some key returning receivers. Quez Petaway is a guy that came in January, a slot receiver that's done some really good things at times, and just really looking forward to how much he's progressed from spring ball to preseason camp. I think sometimes when you bring a transfer in, they're kind of getting a new scheme or new lingo. It can be a little bit different for them. So the spring, sometimes they kind and don't flash as much as they should. And all of a sudden, you come out to preseason camp, and next thing you know, like, oh, they turn some heads. And he's certainly done that, some individual drills and a few times, and just looking forward to him doing that, a little bit more this preseason camp and this season. And on the defensive side of the ball, there's numerous new faces there. But we had the opportunity to bring back a couple of players that been at East Carolina, Tegan Wilk and Xavier McIver, and two of my favorite players. I think they play the game the right way. They know what East Carolina is about. They love being a Pirate, and I think they're going to do a great job representing Pirate Nation.
We're going to stay in the row, and then back to Richard Walker.
Joshua Killian here with the Boneyard Podcast. Good to see you, Coach. Just a quick question. We've had a little bit of a rivalry with NC State for a few years here. Some would call it a rivalry, some wouldn't. But yesterday I had a quote from head coach at NC State. Just would you like to respond or just have any comment? Looking forward to that game.
Yeah, appreciate you being here. Our main focus and for the 2025 season is not necessarily about our opponents right now. It's about us, and it's about how much better we can be every single day. We got 34 days until August 28th, but we got a lot of work to do, and we got a long ways to go, and we got to push every single day to get better and better. Then when you get to your opponent, whichever week that may be, that's going to be the biggest game of the year because it's the next game, and we all have that competitive mindset that we want to win and we want to take care of business, and but right now that's the mindset, and our opponent is us and taking care of us and seeing how much better we can get next week during preseason camp.
Same side of the room, one row back, and then we have one behind.
Coach Chance Skyver in the Pirate Pulse. You talked about all the new players you brought in, but you brought in a new DC, new cornerbacks coach, new strength coach. Just how has that turnover been from inside the locker room, and how are those guys bonding with the players?
It's awesome. When you take over mid-season, it's kind of like you're just trying to keep it glued together, and you're trying to keep everybody in a positive mindset in the right direction, pulling together. In the off season, whether it's through staff changes or how you go about your business and the culture and different things, you're putting your stamp on it and you're putting your fingerprints fully ingrained on it. And on the field, we were very fortunate to keep most of our staff intact. We had a corners coach leave and brought Teron Williams back. They'd been at East Carolina. I've worked at 2 different institutions with him. And then Josh Aldridge took my place as the defensive coordinator. And just the energy he's bringing has been outstanding. So just really fired up about our staff. Mason in the weight room has been awesome, and the young men love him in there. And just seeing their bodies change and grow has added confidence in there as well. So the main thing is just like in our locker room, we make it about the team, we make it about each other, and growing for each other, and that's been pretty special.
One question, last row behind.
Hey, Blake, David Hale with ESPN. I don't want to piggyback too much on the question about Dave Doran's comments, but within that, he also referred to the way that game ended in the aftermath as the most embarrassed he'd ever been as a head coach. I'm curious how you addressed that with your team afterwards, and that you are going to play them in week 1 again. How do you sort of talk about being emotional but not letting the emotions kind of come to the forefront in a game like that where there is some in-state rivalry emotions involved?
Yeah, thanks, David, for the question. It's a very competitive game, and there's a lot of emotions and energy, and it gets built up into the game. And we talk to our players all the time. No matter what happens in life, positive event, negative event, at some point we got to forget the event and learn the lesson. And I think that's a valuable lesson there. There's no place for how that game ended, and probably, maybe got blown more out of proportion than it really was. But at the same time, there's no place for that. Sportsmanship needs to be at the forefront of what we do. It's a very unique opportunity that you finish the season with the same opponent you're going to open the season with. But at the same time, it's a different roster for both them and us. And it'll be a great atmosphere up there in Raleigh on August 28th. Looking forward to it. And we got to make sure we play the game the right way.
Last question, front row, and then we'll wrap up.
Thanks. Don O'Coley, Greenville Reflector. Speaking of that team, well, not the team, but that game, it's a Thursday game. That's the first of 4 this season, so I know that's rare for you, rare for the program, but how are you approaching that? What are you telling the team about that? And, what are your overall thoughts about having that many primetime games?
Yeah, we got 4 Thursday night games, and I think that's awesome publicity, not only for East Carolina, our university, Pirate Nation, but great publicity for the American Conference. And just to put on display what the American Conference is about, how competitive this league is, and our brand of Pirate Nation. And that's a great way to begin the season. You know, you're beginning the season with a team up the road that's an hour and 15 minutes away, that our fans are very familiar with their fan base, and players very familiar with their players. So really excited about it. You know, sometimes during the off season when you're opening up with maybe an opponent not as familiar with, you don't get as much publicity about it, but this one certainly does get the publicity, and our players are excited about that. But at the same time, we got to keep our focus on ourselves and our focus on each and every single day and how we can grow and be better as a football team.
That's all the time, Coach. Thanks very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Up next is Tulane.
All right, guys, we're going to keep it rolling with Tulane and John Sumrall. So a few things about John. You know, the statistics speak for themselves. He's 32-9 with 2 conference championships in 3 years. He's 21-3 in conference games between his stints at Troy and Tulane. There's a lot of things about John Sumrall that I love. And the most important thing at the top of my list is that we kept John Sumrall at Tulane. last year because, not only is he an excellent football coach, but he's an excellent leader of young men. He's building his program in a very specific and unique way. And he said something to me last year. I saw him, the big joke was I kept running into Tulane. I think I saw 5 of their games. And he shook my hand one day and he said, man, I admire your grind. Like that you're out there, you're doing what you're doing. And that's a mutual feeling between me and John because I think that he knows everything about that, which is how he recognizes it. The second thing is John is elevating the Tulane program to a different place. And if you want to know what that means, just look at the schedule. If you look at last year, Kansas State, Oklahoma, Florida. This year they got Northwestern, they have Duke, they have Ole Miss. Like this is a program that is serious about elevating its success. And the only way to do that is really to line yourselves up against the best that's out there and see where the chips fall. But I really admire what he's done. Selfishly, I was ready to reach in my pocket to keep John Summerall at Tulane last year, but I'm glad that we landed where we are and thrilled that John's in the league. So with that, we'll bring up Coach Summerall.
Commissioner Pernetti, thank you for those kind words. Man, outstanding leadership we have at the conference level office with him. Jamie Hickson, who really handles the football coach meetings. So grateful for the leadership of this league. I'm grateful for the media that's here today to cover our conference. Do not take it lightly that you're here. I am fired up to be at Tulane. Like Commissioner Pernetti just said, or Tim, he'd be upset with me if I kept calling him Commissioner Pernetti the whole time, Tim. But I'm fired up to be at Tulane. Love what the place is about. Love the city of New Orleans. We have an outstanding administration at our university. President Mike Fitz, Athletic Director David Harris. Could not be more grateful for them, for the resources they provided our players, our staff, to give us the opportunity to be successful at a high level. This is an exciting time of year. I love football. I love football. I'm a football junkie. If my wife said, hey, to somebody, or somebody asked my wife, what's John's hobbies? My wife would be like, football. It's what I do, all right? It's who I am. And really excited about this season. Every year is a new year, obviously, but we have nowadays new teams that are not just kind of new teams, they're very new teams. And our team is drastically different than last year's team. The uncertainty really energizes me. We have 116 players in our roster. We're not down to 105 because of the designated student athlete component. Out of those 116, 60 are brand new to our program, 34 transfers and 26 high school additions in this offseason. So I'm not a mathematician, but I think that's like 51% or something like that, or 51.7 or somewhere along those lines. But a very new team. Returning starters on offense, we have 2, okay? So that's a little bit daunting. We have a starting left tackle in Derek Graham, a starting left guard, and Shadre Hurst that are back. Shadre is one of our representatives here today. Shadre's from Cartersville, Georgia. A really good football player and an outstanding person. So 2 returning offensive starters. Defensively, we're way more experienced. We've got 3 returning starters. Okay, so a much more stable situation on that side of the ball. Sam Howard is one of those 3. He's here with me today. Sam Howard's from Shades Valley, Alabama, near Birmingham. Sam's got a really cool story. He was a walk-on at Austin Peay. Became a team captain, led the team in tackles there, graduated, got his degree there, went in the transfer portal, a really positive addition for us over a year ago, and really honored that those 2 young men are here with me today. They are outstanding representatives of Tulane football and Tulane University. So with that, I will open it up to questions. Have at it.
All right, we'll begin with questions for Coach. Please raise your hand. We'll get a microphone to you, and please introduce yourself and your affiliation prior to asking. We'll start on the right side, 3rd row.
Brandon Pockris with the League Winners. How are you doing today?
Good, you?
Doing great. So lots has been made. There's been a lot of discussion, obviously, around the quarterback competition. So a bit of a 2-parter. What are your thoughts on that? What are you most excited about? with that? And then the second part, what are some other roster battles, starting positions up for grabs that you're really excited to see play out over fall camp?
Yeah, the quarterback situation, you know, I reflect back to a year ago this time, and we didn't have a starter and went through a training camp battle. We're back in the same scenario again. You know, a lot has been made recently of the addition of Jake Retzlaff, and I'll address Jake in a minute, but even prior to adding Jake, I feel really confident in the room we already had in place. So there's a room, a group of guys have been working the last several months to have an opportunity to win that job or be our starter and develop within our program that I have a lot of belief in. All right, Caden Samanza came to us by way of Ball State. He was the MAC Freshman Player of the Year a year ago. I really like Caden. He's a football guy. He loves it. Good teammate. Brendan Sullivan, we added in the spring portal window from Iowa. He had been at Northwestern previously. Man, Brendan is a talented dude. Athletically, he's tough. He has an edge about him. He's a really fast athlete and a great competitor. And really excited that we added him. Look forward to what he's brought to our team and can't wait to see what else he does. Donovan Leary transferred us in the winter back in January from Illinois. So Donovan and Caden went through spring practice, and then Brendan was added post-spring. And really wasn't necessarily like, man, we're not in a good spot, we have to go get another one. We were very content with, we can win with any of those guys. I believe all three of those guys, we can put a game plan in around them to help Tulane win football games. It may look a little different with any of them. And then the situation with Jake presented after doing our due diligence on the university side of things with everything around Jake. We got the green light to move forward. Then you check to make sure that academically things are, you know, fit, and that worked. And then the football component you have to make a decision on. And the unique thing with Jake, I recruited Jake when I was head coach at Troy in 2022. Jake had one offer out of Riverside Community College for a really long time, and it was Troy. And then late in the process, BYU came in. We won our conference championship game at Troy that year, play a game against Coastal Carolina, and 2 days later, I'm on a flight to go see Jake. And he was the guy we wanted to come add to our program as a transfer quarterback out of the junior college ranks. And then BYU came in, proximity to home, several other factors came to play, ended up going to BYU. 23 was the backup there, 24 was the starter, had a really good year, and felt like, you know, when it presented, we vetted every angle of it. Like I said, the entire scope of adding a new player. And then as we went through that process, it checked all the boxes to let's do this. You know, I've said this a few times, like the old adage a lot of people like to say is less is more. I don't prescribe to that theory. I think more is more. Like I want more good players on our team all the time. And if we have an opportunity to add a capable player that can help us win, we're going to do it. Now, there is some things, you know, as you go through that process, we had to handle that in our quarterback room. So I made sure those guys understood the situation, the why. You know, in 2019, 2019 at the University of Kentucky, we had all our quarterbacks get injured one year, and Lynn Bowden played quarterback for us, who was a receiver, and we had to get really creative with how we play the game. I like to play quarterbacks at quarterback if at all possible, and so having more good players is a good thing, not a bad thing. So that's the quarterback situation. The best man's going to win the job. Nobody's been promised anything. They all, in the recruiting process, were told, you will get what you earn, and the best man will start the game one, whoever that is. And if he plays well, he'll start game two. All right? And I think we proved that with our actions last year. We didn't go with the most known player or the highest recruited player. We went with the guy that we felt like could help us win and lead our team. And then the other question you had about other roster battles or position battles, right? I'm really excited about our D-line group. It is an extremely deep group, a very competitive group. A lot of talented guys that I think can play at a high level. I look forward to watching that room. Our receiver room is probably unique this year. Last year, going into the year, I could have told you Mario Williams was going to have close to 1,000 yards probably, and he did. This year, we've got several guys I could see being starters. I don't know that we have maybe the clear-cut, this is the number one guy, but I think we have a very deep group there. O-line I'm excited about. I probably, and I'm not trying to be coach speak, but it's really all of them. Like, we have such a new team. Running back is exciting. I mean, they're all groups that I can't wait to see them go to work this training camp and figure out who elevates to give us a chance to win.
Taking questions, we have still on the right side in the fourth row over towards the center.
Josh McKillian here with the Boneyard Podcast. Good to see you, Coach. So a couple years ago, previous Tulane head coach Willie Fritz said that he thought East Carolina was on similar trajectory to what Tulane has been on in recent years. Just to talk a little bit about the offense, do you see similarities in how both teams kind of attack the field with the wide receivers and things like that? And just kind of some of that schemes, that's one of the similarities? Or like, how do you see those two programs matching up?
Yeah, well, East Carolina has always had dudes. They have always got great players. I've got a ton of respect for that program. That's one of the hardest places to play. I've coached there before, and man, it's a challenging place to coach at, play at. Several years ago, I was the co-defensive coordinator at Tulane, and Lincoln Riley was the OC at ECU, and I remember a couple of battles with them. They're always just so skilled athletically. They got great coaching, have a tremendous staff, and schematically, I'd say there's some differences. You know, we're probably we play the game a lot in 12 and maybe pro stylish, but we want chunk pass plays. They're more spread. They want to run the ball still, but they're similar in regards to they want to create explosive pass plays. I think, you know, regardless of whether you're a tempo team or a slow team, or you're a 10 personnel 4 wide, or a 12 personnel 2 tight end team, I think the name of the game is, can you run the football and can you take shots in the pass game? And I think they do a great job of that. We try to do some of those same things, maybe a little different look or presentation, but you want the same end result. And they do a great job there at ECU, and we got them on the schedule this year. They will be a big-time challenge for us for sure.
Coach, we're going to go to the left side of the room, fifth row, C.L. Brown, and then we'll go, I believe, back to the right.
Hi, Coach. C.L. Brown with the Louisville Courier-Journal. Commissioner Pernetti kind of alluded to it. You had opportunities out there that you could have left Tulane, and I was just wondering, and obviously being in Louisville, there's a contingent of Kentucky boosters who would love to see you come back there. How do you kind of balance, what's your philosophy between being the best you can be at Tulane and kind of keeping 10 toes down there, but also allowing yourself to entertain possible opportunities?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. I actually had a very transparent conversation with our team similar to that question about, you know, opportunities that present in your life this past week, because I like to do it before we get into the season and then understand like where your mindset needs to be. And so I'm a believer in be where your feet are. Like, I'm not looking anywhere else other than right where I'm at. All right. I found often in life, you know, you may be in a situation and look across the fence and see somebody else's grass and thinks it looks a little greener, and you might go over there and find out the grass is fake, right? Like, it doesn't always make you happier. I love where I'm at. Like, love it. Like, I got 4 young kids in awesome schools. My wife loves New Orleans. If you can't love New Orleans, you got a problem. Like, it's one of the coolest cities in the world. And so for me, I'm firmly planted right where I'm at. I told our team a few days ago, I got into coaching. This is my 21st year coaching college football. My first year, I think I made about $15,000 total. That was like with a camp stipend and all this other stuff. And, you know, I don't know that at this point in life, more money is what brings you happiness. I think you find joy in doing the job really, really well with people you love and care about and helping them grow and develop to be their best. And so our jobs as coaches is about serving and developing our players. That's what it's about. And I love who I get to do it with. I'm very passionate. I've been very clear that, like, I don't know if I'm going to die coaching at Tulane. All right? I don't know that. But I'd be cool if that was the case. Now, I hope that'd be a long time from now, because I just got a physical this summer to make sure everything's working good. And man, I'm firmly planted where we are. I love where we are. I'm excited about the trajectory and the positioning we're in. We have a lot of work to do. We've won 9 games at Tulane. That's not enough for me. We got a lot of work to do. All right, and so I try to pull that curtain back for our players a little bit to help them understand, man, I'm not mad at player movement. I'm okay with the portal. I'm not one of these old school, like, archaic guys. It's like bah humbug on the portal and NIL and rev share. I'm like, man, pay the players. Let them transfer. Do whatever. That's great. Coaches have movement. That's fine. But I'm very, very, very content, and I can assure you, man, I would love to be at Tulane for a really long time.
I believe we have league winners on the right side, third row.
Brandon Pockers of the league winners again. You know, with so much roster turnover, how important has it been to have guys like Sam and Chadre on the defense? And then on the offense, what guys have started to emerge as leaders, and what do you want to see in that category from the overall team as you head into fall camp?
That's a great question. You know, while we may not have a big number of solidified starters from last year's team that started a bunch of games back, we have really strong guys in those roles. So you look at Chadre and Derek Graham on offense. You look at Cam Hamilton, Sam Howard, and Bailey Despaney on defense. Those 5 guys are the ones that started a bunch of games that are back. But then we have some other guys around them, Jack Chinchu, Bryce Bohannon at receiver, Jack plays safety, that were in the program that are primed and ready to step up and elevate. Like, I'm fired up to watch some of those guys take the next step and become starters, right? And Kevin Adams in the secondary, and Jaheim Johnson in the secondary, and I could keep Arnold Barnes at running back, like Anthony Miller at tight end. Like, there's a lot of guys that are within our program already. Reese Baker at offensive line that I think are ready to take the next step and be big-time players, and they're great leaders, okay? And then as we put our team together, you know, through the portal component, when we add players to the roster, it's more than just, is this guy the right player? It's, is he the right fit? Does he understand what the standards and the expectations it looks like to be in our program day in, day out? And when we get those guys and we fully vet them and we talk to them in the recruiting process in a way that is not recruity, but it's more like just, this is what it looks like when you come here, then usually those guys fit in better. They understand, like, this program is about, man, we're blue collar, we're chip on your shoulder, we're hard edge. In recruiting meetings, I meet with recruits one-on-one, and I tell them, if you're not tough and you do not love football, do not come to Tulane. Go somewhere else, please. You'll be happier, I'll be a whole lot happier. And so we're very demanding, and so I think that recruits guys that are tough and love football, because when they hear that, they're like, if they don't like that, they're going to go somewhere else. And so, but the leadership of your team, it's always evolving. You're trying to, I talk a lot about who are our current leaders and who are our emerging leaders, who are the next guys up, right? And so that's a huge component to developing leadership. One of my least favorite things I ever hear people say is, like, we don't have enough leaders. Well, that's our job as coaches, to develop guys to be leaders. And so that's an incumbent upon us to do so. And I say it every day probably. I think good teams can be coach-led, but great teams, like championship caliber teams, have to be player-led. And I'm confident in the group we got. I like our locker room. I like the makeup of our leadership group, and I look forward to watching them lead our team this year.
Coach, that's all the time we have for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll wave.
Up next is Memphis. Okay, Memphis, Ryan Silverfield. So a few things to say about Ryan, and I've had an opportunity to get to know him this year, you know, after my first year in the role. Ryan's upheld a tradition of success at Memphis. You look at just the body of work, 5 straight bowl appearances since taking over as head coach.
He's the longest tenured head coach in our league, which says a lot about the tenures of others and the youth of some others, because, Ryan's a young guy. He's the first coach in program history with back-to-back seasons at 10 wins. I just hope that people take a wide view of the body of work that Ryan has put in at Memphis. 21 wins in 2 years is an exceptional accomplishment, especially because if you look outside the league, Memphis has the guts to schedule outside the league as well. So I love the idea that, you got to look at the entire body of work. And another thing that's really impressive, Ryan's been the coach for a while. There have been no losing seasons under Ryan Silverfield. And I think that's a really impressive statistic. And, in a place where, people demand excellence and success, he's done a terrific job. The other side of Ryan is he's a great leader as an individual in our conference. He chairs our football group. We had some really thoughtful discussions at our annual meeting, but Ryan's the guy when he has something to say about some of the challenges and issues in our industry. Our coaches want to hear what he has to say because his perspective is meaningful and he's very well respected. So with that, we'll bring up Ryan Silverfield.
Thank you, Tim. Obviously, can't imagine anybody has anything to talk to me about after I get done speaking, so we'll skip the question and answer part of this whole thing. But no, Tim, appreciate your leadership, and obviously great media days events here in Charlotte, and appreciate it. I was told that this is gathering of the more media members we've had in a long, long time, so appreciate you guys all coming out here today and these last couple days to support us in this great conference. I don't want to lose sight. This is my 27th year coaching, okay? And this is my 10th at Memphis and my 6th as the head coach. And never want to lose sight. It's such an honor and a privilege to be able to come up here and stand up here and represent our great city, represent our great university, and our tremendous football program. So every year that goes by, I'm so grateful to be able to come back and be able to do this and to represent all those people that love our program and pour so much into this, our players and our staff alike. Talking about the off season, as Tim alluded to, very fortunate to come off of 11-win season where we beat 2 Power 4 programs, one in West Virginia in a bowl game, a Big 12 opponent, and then obviously down in Tallahassee versus Florida State, an ACC opponent. So those 2 wins marked by 11-win season, which produced the first back-to-back 10-plus win season in 109 years of playing football at Memphis. So obviously we appreciate the pass. And then moving to this off season, the biggest thing was staff retention. Very, very fortunate in this day and age in college football to be able to maintain our coordinators. All 3 coordinators, our offensive coordinator, Tim Cramsey's been sought after by so many programs, has decided to stay loyal to Memphis and our program. Jordan Hankins did a tremendous job with the defense last year, stayed with us, and then Chris White and the special teams. And obviously we all 3 know that there's work to be approved upon, and I appreciate them sticking with Memphis for another year and hopefully for many years to come. And then into the offseason, right, we had the #1 ranked recruiting class once again in this conference, and that just shows that the future is very, very bright, not only going into 2025, but for many years to come, and the recruiting efforts and what we're doing, and that's just high school recruiting. Obviously, the transfer portal is another piece of the puzzle that we work diligently on and making sure we're adding the right fit for the University of Memphis in our program. And then looking into the spring, had the highest GPA in program history with a 3.4 GPA. Take a lot of pride in that. Academics is very important. Highest graduation rate in this conference, 3 of the last 4 years. Okay, so these are the things we hang our hats on, not just the wins, not just all the other wonderful things we've been able to do for our student athletes, but what they're achieving academically. And then you look at the stadium renovations, right? Obviously, they're well on their way. You guys have seen some of the renderings and some of the construction that's going on. It'll be ongoing throughout the season, but at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, we're going to see a whole new place in 2026. But those things are progressing quite nicely, along with many other things we have occurring within our football facilities and at the university, especially within athletics. So couldn't be more pleased with the momentum that continues to occur, all right, with the Memphis football program. Looking ahead to the season, obviously, let's start with the 2 young men so fortunate to have joined me. Let's start with William Whitlow. one of those tried and true guys we talked to. I heard some of these other head coaches talk about their players. William Whitlow is going to his 5th year at the University of Memphis. Last year the storyline was Seth Hennigan and a quarterback that stayed committed, the only 4-year starter in college football for such a long period of time. And William Whitlow had the opportunities to go to other places. In fact, he was offered significant financial offerings to go to other places and decide, you know what, I want to stay at Memphis. In fact, he will be openly to admit he tested the portal for 5 days and ultimately said, I want to be back at Memphis, where I'm loved, where it's family, where I trust the way we're going to work, where they're going to hold me accountable, and we have the opportunity to go win championships with people that ultimately matter to me the most. And a tremendous all-conference defensive end that I expect is going to have a great season this year. Then Brendan Lewis, a quarterback. Everybody says, well, Ryan, you bought him here. That must be mean you're naming him the starting quarterback. That's not true. Brendan knows he's in a quarterback competition, just like every single position on our roster. But Brendan is a 35-game starter in college football. Ultimately has an extreme talent, and we know what he's capable of. And if he is a starter, so be it. It's our job to put him in the right position to have success. But we do have a quarterback competition, just like I said, we do at all positions. When you're only returning 3 starters, there's a lot of competition throughout. And even those starters, even a guy like William Whitlow, Chris Adams, and Malachi Braylon, the 3 starters, they know that nothing has been promised for them. But the guys are working their tail off. We couldn't be more excited about the schedule. We have a great home slate, and we know how tough this conference has become. And we're really, really excited about this 2025 season and many years to come.
Thanks, Coach. We'll take questions for Coach. Please raise your hand, and we'll get a microphone to you. We have one on each side. We'll start. Who's closer? We got Davis over here, back row on the left, and then we'll go to league winners over on the right.
Brian Moss with Tiger Sports Report. Coach, you've been successful at Memphis, and I'm sure other schools have sniffed your way. What keeps you at Memphis?
Yeah, it's a great question. It was great just listening. I sat in the back as John Summerall spoke about his success at Tulane. I love, not only do I love this football program and poured my heart and soul into this, but I love the city, right, and the university. And I think what happens is I tell our staff all the time, in college football, the constant changing of coaches moving and jumping around to different jobs is, I think this, like sometimes people say, oh, I've been here long enough, time for me to look elsewhere. Whereas I actually have an opposite feeling. Like I feel like the more I continue to pour into this program, the more hours, the more sweat equity, blood, sweat, and tears over and over and year after year, the more committed I am, the more invested I am into seeing this thing through. And so, it starts with the players, the people that come into our locker room. They're the ones that set the culture, Brian. We got great fans. And then the city of Memphis, it just means so much to me. It's a place I've been able to call home, and it's rare. Like how many coaches say, I've been somewhere for 10 years, especially at my age, and especially when there have been other people that have come calling. But we're in a great spot. We're going to continue to build. We talked about the stadium renovations. We're building brand new housing on the South Campus where the student athletes will be even closer to the athletic complexes. All those things. We got the future renderings and the money put down for academic football only building right there. So there's all these things that are coming down the pipeline that I've been working on for many years. And I think you always owe it to the guys to pour your heart and soul no matter where you're at and be where your feet at. And we've got a great thing going. And it's an honor and privilege to be at a place like that. And I don't take a single day for granted.
Okay, right side, third row, league winners. And then we have 2 rows back on the same side.
Brandon Poggers with the league winners. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. So, in light of, some of the news stories and rumors that have been, swirling a little bit, how are you ensuring that your team is keeping their head down and focusing, and then building on top of that, what has been the message that you are giving them heading in the fall camp and heading into the regular season?
That's a great question. And I think there's always been outside distractions, whether it's in the last 24 hours, the last 48, things that occur. But I even go back to, some of our local reporters remember like the time during COVID. And then, they'd come back and they'd say, hey, did you see that this conference isn't playing football this year, or this game's been, and I think so much of it is just keeping the focus. And I talk to our team all the time about having the blinders on. It's not to be, completely oblivious to what occurs in the outside world and to have an understanding of things that are occurring, but to just truly focus on what matters and what we can control. And I'm so fortunate, the 18 to 23-year-olds that we get the chance to be with on a day-to-day basis and to serve have bought into that. They say, you know what, all these other things have no inclination on our success in the 2025 football season. So let's go full steam ahead. They're finishing up the workouts today. We'll give them a few days off, and then it's start the training camp. And then no different than moving into this year. Like, we talk about the championship. Let's leave no stone unturned and understand that our number one goal, and really our only goal, is to win the conference championship. If other things come along with that, that's great. If it's beating a Power 4 team in Arkansas that's coming to our place, great. But the number one goal is to win the conference championship. And with that being said, once we get into the season, once we really get later in August, we don't even talk about that. It is truly, and this is not coach speak, because anybody that's ever been around me understands, it is a one game at a time, one day at a time, then 1 week at a time, that one game. And that's all that matters, is how great can we be this week? Can we go 1-0? And our players, I think, appreciate that, because, man, if just you want to talk about distractions, turn on a 19-year-old cell phone and see all the different things that are going on, all the different things, much to the demise of our local media. I actually I'm off social media during the season. I give up, sugar. Those are 2 vices, and just focus on football, and it's been great for me. But our players usually follow suit with just the mindset of control what we can control, all hands on deck. It's already hard enough to win football games. Let's just focus on that.
Still on the right side in the back corner.
Jonah Dillon, Commercial Appeal. Ryan, I know we sort of addressed the conference realignment stuff earlier, but wanted to ask, kind of in the context of the stuff you just mentioned, the stadium renovations, and then obviously we know about the bowl streak and the 10-win seasons. Were you surprised at all by the way that turned out earlier this week, because of what the sort of pitch is and how different it is to maybe what it would have been a decade ago for Memphis and this football program?
Yeah, Jonah, I appreciate the question. I think what's been so great is, as you know, now being a Memphian, and the people of Memphis, the administration, our leadership, I give them a lot of credit, and I'm appreciative and proud of the fact that they were willing to swing and swing big. And that shows what we're all about. That's what Memphis is all about, the willingness to take chances and to bet on themselves. And I think I speak for the entire city, is like, that's what we're all about. And our athletic program is no different, our university is no different. So I'm proud of our leadership. Dr. Ed Scott and Dr. Hargrave and the rest of the administrators have worked tirelessly to always put us in the best possible position. And I give them a lot of credit and kudos. And then ultimately, just to be within those conversations, and the ability to even take those chances and take those swings. That's credit to so many of those people that came before us, and the traditions of the program and the university. So I give those people a lot of credit. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we have a great relationship with the American Conference. And, Tim's been great to us. And we talk about this, like this past year, due to the success of the football program, the basketball program, we actually received the largest revenue distribution of any team in this conference. And I think that relationship, the transparency that Tim alluded to earlier, has been great. And, in this day and age, the conference realignment is something that's discussed day in and day out. I got back to my room last night, and someone had sent me a story on North Carolina, right? And so, and their possible conference realignment. That's the landscape of college football and college athletics altogether. But look, we're really, really excited about the 2025 football season. And again, like I said, I'm just so proud of the administration, the leadership that are continuing to try to do everything to put us best foot forward and continue to put us on display for all the success we've had in the past and hopefully the success in the future.
Final question will come from the right side, second row.
Tim Buckley with the Daily Memphian. Sticking with conference membership, what in your mind would it take for a Memphis to get into the CFP, and whatever that is, whether it's running the table or whatever, how confident are you that you can do it coming out of the American with the schedule that you have?
Yeah, Tim, good question. I truly believe that the American is the top non-P4 conference in college football. And I think you go in and look at the success that this conference has had versus some of those opponents, right? Let's just talk about ourselves like I did before. The last 2 years, every P4 team we've played, we've had success against. And ultimately, this is a conference where it's really, really deep from top to bottom. So many good teams. You look at even just adding Army, what they were capable of doing immediately and what they've done on a national stage, but no different. The winner of this conference, without a doubt in my mind, should go to the CFP playoff, without a doubt in my mind. And obviously, our goal is to win the conference. And if that then opportunity leads us to being able to play in the playoffs, that should ultimately lead the way. And we've been able to build this thing the right way. Like I said, winning the championship is the number one goal. And then the CFP should be icing on the cake with that opportunity. But without a doubt in my mind, the strength of this conference should lead us into the CFP.
Coach, that's all the time we have for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go Tigers, go.
Up next is Temple.
Okay, everybody, Temple University. So I have lots of stories about Temple. Having been a former student athlete at Rutgers, we had this thing with Temple when we were both in the Big East Conference. And I remember our coaches were trying to figure out, like, let's invigorate this rivalry, let's turn it into something different. And in only sort of like very unoriginal New Jersey fashion, it became coined the Turnpike Bowl. And I think there might have been a trophy, I can't remember, but it was always a battle because there was a lot of kids from the same neck of the woods in New Jersey. Casey Keeler being in the American is a terrific addition to our league. I feel very bullish about the talent of our coaches in general, but Casey Keeler is a guy that knows how to win. And all you need to do is look at what he's done. Here's a guy with 271 wins as a head coach, with 2 FCS championships, with 14 playoff wins. But this is a guy that knows how to win. He's a Northeast guy. He's had success everywhere he's gone, and he even took his talents from the Northeast to the South and figured it out there too. But the thing about Casey, I think, will be dynamic for our league, is he has real experience, and his experience also is in developing players. And if you've looked at what they've done out of the gate with Temple Tough and some of the things that he's put out there, like he's one of my favorite follows on social media. He's reminding college football about all the assets that Temple University has and the success it's had in football. Like, this is not something where it's not happened before. It's possible there. So we're excited about having him. We think he's going to bring championship level football back to Philadelphia. And certainly I know that a lot of our young coaches being around him will gain great experience. So with that, Casey Keeler.
Well, thank you for being here. Are we in great hands with Tim Pernetti or not? It was so nice being in the audience, listening to his talk with my players, and I could just see the pride that the players had in being part of this conference. And so, again, I think we're in great hands. When I first took over at Temple, I got a lot of questions. Why Temple? And it started with a phone call from a headhunter, which I've gotten hundreds of in my career. But the difference was an athletic director showed up in Texas 2 days later and was selling me on the fact that I should come back home, come back to Philadelphia. And it's a town where I was the last cut with the Philadelphia Eagles twice, and I met my wife, who's a Penn grad, in that city, and we lived in that city. And so I was interested. And then I get on a FaceTime with the president, and he's feverishly rooting on his Philadelphia Eagles as he's talking to me, and sold me with the fact that Temple has such a great brand, but to make the brand greater, we need to get Temple football back to where it once was. And if you look at it, I have a unique lens when I look at Temple. I played on a national championship team in 1979, and I always tell the recruits, don't do the math. I went to college at a young age. And that loss we had when we were 13-1 was to Temple. And the year before, when we were number 2 in the country at Delaware, we just got taken apart by Temple. And I look at the fact they've had 198 NFL players, 81 draft choices, 4 first-round picks, a Heisman Trophy runner-up, and in 2015 beat Penn State and have game day come when they're playing Notre Dame in front of 70,000 and have a close one with Notre Dame. And so what I did was I talked to Al Golden, I talked to Matt Rule, I did some research, I looked at that 2015 team, and I saw that of the 124 players or so on that roster, a lot were from the footprint of Connecticut down to Virginia out to Ohio. And so that was my mandate, that we want to get Temple football back to where it once was, the greatness it once had. It's going to be recruiting that footprint. We've started off pretty well in committing a class. They're not signed yet, but they're committed. And a lot of that was the energy that we put into that footprint. Got to Temple, and the first thing I did was I took 4.5 days and I met with every player individually. And I'll admit that there was times when I first got there, before I started talking to the players, I was wondering, did I make the right decision? I have 3 grandchildren in North Wilmington with my daughter and their son and my son-in-law. And so coming back home was nice that way. But, I wanted to come someplace where, I could end out my career and Division I football and have that challenge, but also want to be successful. But it all started to come into clarity when I started interviewing the players. And after 4.5 days talking to every single player on the roster, I realized Temple is really unique. I mean, Philly's a unique town. I mean, we're the ones throwing snowballs at Santa Claus. We're the ones that are with you when you win and when you win. It is, rocky, work ethic and that chip on your shoulder kind of place. And after 4.5 days of talking to those players in that locker room, I felt really good that this was a great decision. I've been happy with everything we've done progress-wise, from winter workouts to spring ball to summer conditioning, and now we're entering training camp. I think we've added some players to the roster that will help us. But the roster wasn't nearly as bad as I think people want to make it out to be. And I'm just honest. I mean, I think people are like, why would you put pressure on yourself? You're saying the roster's not bad. Why don't you just say the roster was horrible, and everyone will say, well, hey, you made it better. I don't deal with that. I just try to be straightforward and say, listen, we took over a decent roster. There's talent there. It's just we have to enhance some of those players around them. So excited about the season coming up. Start at UMass, and then have Howard, then have Oklahoma, and then we have Georgia Tech, and then we get into the conference play. Again, I am excited with what the future is at Temple. Questions?
Thanks, Coach. We'll take questions. Please raise your hand if you have any. We'll get a microphone to you. We'll start on the right side of the room. We have the league winners. Again, please introduce yourself and affiliation and proceed with your questions.
Brandon Pockers with the league winners. How are you doing today?
Very good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. So as someone from the Northeast, I feel like the football up there, and especially the recruiting in terms of like the high school recruits, has really started to improve over the years. How, as the head coach of Temple, as one of the main programs in the Northeast, are you ensuring that you're going to have a footprint within that and make sure you're bringing in some of the top talent from those areas to your program?
Yeah, so when I got to Texas, I quickly realized I was going to recruit Texas, and Texas. When I got to Temple, I quickly realized this is going to be Connecticut down to Virginia out to Ohio. And when I put a staff together, I had a phenomenal staff at Sam Houston, and we won a national championship. We won 21 straight games. We actually had the greatest calendar year in the history of college football, winning 21 games in 10 months. Because of COVID, we played back-to-back seasons. But all those coaches I was with, they weren't the right fit for what I needed to do at Temple. And so Jersey's going to be a big area for us to attack. And so Henry Baker, who was my corners coach at Delaware, coached in the NFL and was at Maryland, he came back with me. Now, he's a Patterson, New Jersey guy. And so I go up to North Jersey, and he's a made man. I mean, they remembered me. I was a head coach at Rowan in South Jersey and head coach at Delaware. So, I mean, I recruited the New Jersey area. We lived in New Jersey for 17 years, my wife and I. But it was great to have a guy like Henry Baker, kind of being connected all the way through there. Same thing in South Jersey. Andrew Pierce, my running back coach, played for me at Delaware, South Jersey guy. It's the same thing as like the mayor of every town we went into, every high school we went into. Everyone knew Andrew Pierce. So when I put together a staff, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. And I was really conscious of putting together a staff that were great coaches, great people, but also had some regionality with recruiting. And that Washington, D.C., that Maryland, that Virginia, that PA, that New Jersey, those were really key areas for us. And so I made sure that the staff was built that way.
We'll stay on the right side with league winners, and then we'll move to the back row.
Hey, Coach. Thomas Christopher from the league winners. How are you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Now, looking at attendance trends of our 5 year-over-year percentage, Temple has the 3rd lowest in the FBS, and they actually, at a capacity percentage for attendance, have the lowest in the FBS. How do you go about bringing fans into the stadium and working within the community to strengthen the bonds with the program?
Yeah, well, a couple things. First of all, one of the things I found out when I took over at Temple from a lot of the great players who played there in the past was they took such pride of being from 10th and Diamond. and that's where our facility is. And such great pride that they would go clean the neighborhood up once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week. And so something we instituted. We would go out and, and I go out with them, and we clean the neighborhood. And I remember it was a morning, one of the first times we did it, and I'm out there cleaning the neighborhood, and I see a gentleman walking his young daughter to elementary school. And just so happened, we'd just done a community service project at that elementary school earlier that week. And I could just see that he saw our players are out being great neighbors, being part of the community, helping clean the neighborhood. I could just see the pride that he had. So it starts with those little things. Another thing is that, recruiting regionally, you start to bring fans back because there's a connection with the players that, you have in that stadium. And the other thing is that we're trying to do a little bit better job in regional scheduling. I want to play Delaware. I want to play Rutgers. I want to play Penn State. It's great that we have Oklahoma this year. But really, for the future, let's get Pitt in there. Let's get Maryland in there. I mean, everyone wants to come to Philly because of the hotbed that high school football is. And so we're going to do a better job getting the UMasses and the Old Dominions and the James Madisons of the world, and I think that will help recruiting too. The third thing is we just had the largest freshman class in the history of Temple. So we're going to lean on that. And I want to make sure that freshman class knows that you are the largest freshman class in the history of Temple University. Let's do something with that now. Let's do something with that. And it's Philly. If you win, they will come. If you don't win, they're not going to come. That's who they are. I love telling the story. In 2003, my Delaware team won the national championship, went 15-1, one of the greatest seasons in the history of the school. And we opened with New Hampshire the next game, the next year, 2004, I mean. And packed house, 23,000. We knocked their quarterback out about 10 plays into the game. Backup comes in, goes 10 for 11. They beat us on a field goal at the end. We get booed off the field. This is a team that just went 15-1 and won a national championship. And we get booed off the field. We got Philly fans. And I just reminded them that's who we are. This is this area where they're going to be with you win or win. And we just have to recognize that. But they're passionate. And you just got to appreciate how passionate they are.
Still on the right side, question in the back.
What's up, Coach Keeler? Sekou Chroma, D tackle here at Temple. I wanted to know, are quarterbacks going to be live? Because me and Evan got some beef to settle.
All right. So Sekou plays for us. He's a great defensive lineman. Sometimes when you bring the quarterback with a defensive lineman, they get in some beef, so we're playing the game, or, I guess Sekou couldn't hit a pitch at the ballpark, and I guess Evan put one to the track. But no, we're not going to have the live quarterback, okay? So, Evan, you're good. It's all good back there, Evan.
You saved them.
Questions for Coach. Back up here on the right side, third row on the end, and then we'll conclude with league winners.
Hey, KC, Sean from Al's Deli. I wonder if you feel good about the sort of rev share posture of the university at this point, and then sketch out how that grows and develops.
Well, first of all, I came from a world that we had no rev share at all. And we went 10-3 and beat a team in this conference opening day, and went on to win a bowl game. But obviously, rev share is part of our world. And I thought it was brilliant that the American decided to have a floor, a minimum investment. And I think that was good for all of us. So when I talk to alums, I just let them know that it's just the nature of what we do now. It's the nature of the world we live in. And you can either adapt or you're going to perish. And so part of paying players is part of the deal. Now, one of the things that we do is our freshman class, they all will come in on the same number. We're not using our rev share to go get high school players. I think that's crazy. I really do. They haven't played a single down of college football. And the money I have, I want to use that money on retaining my players. The recruiting philosophy is really simple. Retain your best players. That's the single most important thing. And then after that is bring in a great high school class. And then after that, it's okay, those selected transfers. I think if you have your locker room full of transfers, there's too many mercenaries. There's no culture. And so we're careful. We're going to try signing 30 freshmen this year, you know? And so it's about putting together the right mix, but how we do it will also help our ability to use our revenue share the right way. And so that's why you have a general manager to studies all these things, and we try to be really upfront and honest with our guys, how we're doing things. And I also think by recruiting more regionally, there is no excuse now, hey, I want to go in the portal to get closer to home. You're already home. Family can see you play. So again, I think there's a whole strategy when you put together your program in terms of how you're doing a lot of things. And a lot of that revolves around how you can best use your revenue share. Because again, I don't think Temple's going to be the place that we're going to have the most money in this league. I don't need the most money in this league. We're just going to be fine if we have an amount we can compete with, because Temple's unique, Philly's unique. And when I spent those 4.5 days talking to those players, I could tell they love this place and they love Philly. And that was the thing that probably grabbed me more than anything else. And a lot of those players in those meetings, they had made a pact to stay and get it fixed. Not to run away and go somewhere else or make some money. It was, they decided they were going to stay and get it fixed. So again, I think how you structure your entire program, part of how you use your rev share is structuring your entire program in terms of who's going to get what and how you're going to recruit.
We have time for one last question. It'll be from one of the league winners on the right side. It's third row.
Coach Thomas Christopher from the league winners. Running back Jay Ducker followed you from Sam Houston. How do you plan on featuring within the offense, and what makes him a cornerstone piece in your rebuilding efforts?
Yeah, you know, when you bring a player with you, you got to make sure you're bringing the right player with you, or players. Because the guys in the locker room will look and say, okay, that's the standard. And so when we brought Jay, I mean, here's a guy that was Rookie of the Year in the MAC when he was at Northern Illinois. He was leading rusher at Memphis when he was there. Came to us at Sam Houston, had a great year, was our leading rusher. And so it was an easy sell for him and for us to have him come. The great thing is we have a Therese Worthy coming off an injury, who just ran a 23.4 on the GPS, who's one of those can shake and bake and take it home. So I think it's going to be, I think we have, if there's a position that I feel really good about on the offensive side, is that running back room is pretty loaded. And so, you know, our mentality is we run the ball at you, and then we'll throw it from there. I think that running back room is going to be one of the key things for us. And Jay Ducker is going to be a key for us.
Coach, that's all the time. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you.
Up next is Charlotte.
I got to say thanks to all these Charlotte fans that have been hanging out all morning waiting to hear Coach Albin get up here and speak. Some actual fandom at Media Day. I love it. And you think, you know, I hope you all from Charlotte are just happy enough that we brought it to Charlotte, and you're not going to give me a hard time about Coach Albin being towards the end, okay? But I think, you know, I've known Mike Hill a long time. And when he called me about Coach Albin, I think let's go back a little further. Like when he had to make the change last year, I think those changes are never easy. And the timing, like when's the right timing? But when people started asking me about, wow, there's a lot of coaching changes, I said, yeah. I said, I'm excited about it. They said, what do you mean you're excited about it? I said, we have institutions in this league that are serious about success, and they won't accept anything less. So I think it speaks really volumes about the commitment and investment that Charlotte has made in athletics, that they're able to hire a head coach like Tim Albin, a guy who had 3 straight seasons with 10 wins, including an FBS conference championship team. It really says a lot, and it also speaks to how our league has been elevated. So I think it's appropriate here to acknowledge the support of Visit Charlotte and the Charlotte Sports Foundation, as well as I said, all of you Charlotte fans. You definitely win the award for being the best attended fans at Media Day. When I called Tim and congratulated him on the job, I told Mike this, it was like a priceless moment. Instead of a new coach saying, like, Tim, thanks for the call, I'm excited to be part of the league, Coach Albin said to me, let me tell you how we're going to run our program. And for 10 minutes, I heard about philosophy, and I heard about the foundation that he's trying to build, and I heard about culture, and I immediately called Mike, and I said, I love this guy. Like, he took time to explain to me how we're going to build the program in Charlotte. So with that, going to hear more about it from him, Coach Albin from Charlotte.
Good afternoon. Appreciate you being here. Commissioner Panetti, thank you for that wonderful introduction. And he did call me, and between about probably 1,000 recruiting calls, I was on some road headed to my next stop, but I was greatly appreciated. But my only second event here, at this point, we had head coaches meetings in spring in Florida, and of course the last 2 days here, man, first class. I've heard that from multiple coaches. I've experienced it firsthand. And Jamie Hickson's been great with my questions up to this point. But Tim, your message this morning, wow. I mean, powerful. The student-athlete piece, his makeup from Rutgers, vision, leadership, passion, energy, really overwhelming. And I was sitting right there. Told him last night I would be here in the Queen City supporting him, and I've got my pin on. I'm damn proud to wear it. But I'm looking forward to working with you, Tim, in coming years. Thank you for that. I want to thank Chancellor Gaber, Director Hill, who's somewhere here in the room, for the opportunity for Brooke and I to lead Charlotte football. Wow. It became very clear to me early on in this vetting process, the opportunity. And for Brooke and I, it's a two-person job. My bride of however many years is sitting back here in the back. Thanks for coming, honey. It's a two-person job, like I said, but very humbling to again have the opportunity to be ambassadors to UNC Charlotte and its leadership, also to the Queen City. Thank you for hosting the event. How excited are we to be here in about 3.5 weeks, right down the street at Bank of America at the Duke's Mayo Kickoff Classic versus an in-state school. 90,000 alumni here in the Queen City. We're 15 minutes up the road, kicking off a $60 million expansion on our stadium with a 3,000 square foot kitchen that will be cutting edge in this league to feed our athletes. It's an exciting time, and we are humbled to lead it. So thank you for that opportunity. I want to recognize two student athletes that are here with me today. J.Q. Conley, Johnny King, both are from North Carolina. And really, I could not be prouder of those two men, along with many, many others that have stayed. We all know what the turnover with college athletics and what that entails and how important those pieces are. And I'm just so thankful that those guys are here. It is us together. On JQ, he highly recruited athlete out of high school here in the state, as I said. Attended North Carolina, had a tough injury, had to battle through. He's told me that story and what he went through. Transferred to Charlotte, started the last 6 games, just a ball hawk. We're a 3-safety system. He can play all 3 positions, and we're looking for him to have a great season. Johnny King, again, from North Carolina, has been UNC Charlotte his entire time, 6 years. He's been there. He's on his 3rd head coach and his 9th offensive line coach. And he chose to stay. Wow. What a very impressive young man. 2-time state champion wrestler. He started every game, I think, last year. He could play any position for us up front. And those two guys have been remarkable with leading the group, with 56 or 57 new players that we brought in, 27 at mid-year, 27 at mid-year, and another 27 after spring practice, or 28. And I'm very proud of him. We've got many others. So with that, I will open it up for questions.
Thank you, Coach. We'll take questions. Please raise your hands high. We'll have microphones to you. We see mainly on the right side. We'll start in the second row with Justin and then make our way to those 2 rows.
Hey, Coach. Justin Jones from CarolinaGridiron.com.
JJ, is that right?
Yes.
JJ, I met you earlier this year.
Yeah, and we talked earlier about how your philosophy, you're almost like a father figure, and you are building players up as men with character that kind of fuels the team. And you mentioned so many new players on the roster. How are you able to kind of implement this deep personal development approach with that many new players who might be, I guess, more accustomed to a transactional form of college football?
That's a great question, JJ. But you fight it. I say fight. It's an everyday thing. It can't be a slogan or a T-shirt or something on the wall. It's got to be an action. And yes, we are big on the relationship piece. And what I mean by that is we've got a coaching and support staff that pours everything they got into the hearts of these young men. You said the word transactional, I believe, right? I mean, everybody knows. Every day you pick up your phone, look on ESPN, there's a transactional money thing, equity thing. It's part of it. It's just where we are, all right? And you got to have a plan for it, and you have to talk about it. But I'll tell you right now, our staff we're going to spend our time more time than on the heart equity piece of that. And how do you do that? Just an example. Probably 3 weeks ago, by position. I'll say receivers. I'll pick on the receivers. We start with coach, grad assistant, assistant coach, student assistant, senior to freshman. And we get up in the front of the room. And obviously, by position group, that's where they spend their time as you go through this process early on, right? Receivers are meeting. So they kind of got a vibe about themselves already. They're more comfortable, all right? Especially when you bring in new faces. And starting from the top, as I did it in front of the whole team, we give our 5 H's. And what that is you stand up and you say, okay, here's my history. Here's a heartache that I've went through. Here's a highlight I've experienced. Here's my hero. And mine's my big brother. All right. And what's your hope? And you don't play the game at a high level because you don't like your opponent. You do it because of the guy behind you and the guy next to you. And how do you develop that relationship? And when you're peeling that onion back, it is deep and very, very empowering. Is it important? Oh yeah, because you're getting to know their why. Right? And so when it's late in the game, it's fourth quarter, and they're not looking over at the sideline. What do I do, Coach? They're looking at each other. And, I've seen it, experienced it. It's powerful. And I'm glad that you asked that question.
Thanks, Coach. We'll stay third row, league winners, and then we'll go to Richard Walker after that.
Hey, Coach. Thomas Christopher of the league winners. How are you doing today?
Just fine, sir. Thank you for asking.
Yes, sir. You're taking over a program that was bottom 5 in the conference on both offense and defense. How do you go about changing not just the culture of the program, but the success rate on both sides of the ball moving forward?
Yeah, a very good question. I think I said what is the most important, probably the culture piece of that. But I stood in front of the team prior to our first day in spring practice and had, 2, maybe 3 PowerPoints. And I just pulled out what you just said, data, all right? And the first piece of data I had up there was turnover margin. And when Charlotte football is +1, they're 12-5. And when they're 0 or -1, it's 47-6, something like that. All right? And talked about ball protection, and we want to end every series with a kick. Extra point would be great. We'll take a field goal every now and then. And then, okay, we'll have to punt here. But we're ending it with a kick, right? And the second slide was penalties. I think Kyle, our outgoing SID, unfortunately, that shared a stat with me here just last week. We were the most penalized team they've ever had. Now it's a small sample with 12 years of football, but as I stood in front of the team, I talked about, look, guys, if we don't fix turnover margin, and if we don't quit having penalties, it doesn't matter who your coach is. And my point was that, hey, look, I mean, that's 2 different conferences, that's 2 different coaching staffs, and now there I stand. We have got to fix this, or it doesn't matter, right? And out of that comes, hey, Charlotte cannot beat Charlotte. All right, to your, and so I think if we don't have the untimely penalties and we don't have the turnovers, that's going to give us our best chance not to be last in those categories that you said. That's where we're going to start, and that's Monday. Today's Friday, and Monday I'm in front of the team again. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to show them the same 2 slides. I'm going to say the same damn thing because it's just the truth. And we got 30 new players, and they need to hear it. But we got to start there.
Third row, still on the right side, Richard Walker, then we'll go to Nick Carboni.
Coach Alban, obviously Ohio U has a fantastic tradition and history. Why Charlotte? What made this an attractive job to you?
That's an easy one. It came very clear to me early on in this vetting process that, as a coach, you're out recruiting, you hear, watch, you know the recruiting opportunities that are here, right? We have 18 guys committed right now. We still got to get them signed. 13 of the 18 kids that we have committed are within a tank of gas of campus. All right, I mean it's unbelievable. All right, and so everybody knows those type of things. But back to your question, reading the room, the synergy between our chancellor, Director Hill, and what they want to get done. You could just see it reading the room, and their passion and how important it is for football to be successful. And then you combine, obviously, the Queen City. They're starving for a winner, and our staff our job is to remove the word potential out from in front of this job. It's been there for some time now, and it has absolutely zero to do with salary. I can promise you that. Zero. I beat to a different metric when it comes to that. Fair is fair, and I just think there's great opportunity, and we're thankful to be here.
Still on the right side, Nick Carboni, and then we'll come over to the left with Hunter Bailey. Nick.
Coach, college football's obviously changed so much. Programs have general managers now. How are you and your staff divvying up those roles to try and build your roster?
Yeah, great question. Well, obviously, we have a plan. You don't have the turnover and get the results that we've done. We've helped ourselves. The portal's not all bad now. The portal is not all a bad thing. All right, and I can sit here and I'll talk for hours on it and this and this, and we have helped ourselves in the first window and the second. All right, and but on the GM question, to be honest with you, I want to see 2 things. I want to wait. I want to, read. I want to talk. For me to go to Director Hill and say, hey, give me a couple, $150,000 to go out and get a guy. All right, that's probably 2 players. I'm just gonna say it. Hey, my kids are out of the house. I'll burn the midnight oil because I'll be the GM. All right. The buck stops with me. So I know that this could change, but as of right now, that's money that right? We're building, and that's how I look at it. Now, get with me after the season and see if how bad my dark bags under my eyes and if I got any sleep and how it works out. But I don't want somebody else that, especially if I don't know him, picking the groceries. Bill Parcells is a great, he's got some of the greatest one-liners on that as there are on the planet, right? And I want to pick the groceries. All right, if I'm cooking the meal, I think that's one of his legendary ones, and so that's my thoughts on it.
Coach, move to your left, third row, Hunter Bailey, and then we have another one in the row behind.
Hunter Bailey with the Charlotte Observer.
What's up, Hunter?
Coach, I've asked you a ton of football questions. It's not going to stop anytime soon, but I'll give you a non-football one. Saw that you have an 81 Trans Am, it's your high school car. Can you tell us about that?
You do your research, buddy. I'm going to be checking on some of those resources I've been reading too. I want to know who those guys are. But no. But on your question, yes, I have my my high school car. My mom and I split it in 1982. A black and gold Smokey and the Bandit Trans Am that I drove all through high school, all through college, grad school. You know, it was beat up, rusted up, and I've come from a large family. My mom's the oldest of 11. Dad's the youngest of 5. Every family reunion, every aunt and uncle, I heard, you know, I wish I would have kept my first car. All right, and it wasn't my first car, but it was my second one, you know. But anyway, but it was beat up, and it's time I finally got a job. Okay, I'm going to go get me a used car, traded in, and they gave me a few bucks, and I said, no. Put it in my mom's horse barn for about 22 years, saved money, started it up, put it on a trailer, about 10 months on the engine. 14 months on the body. The T-tops have been out of it for 20 years. And so I still have it. I'm proud of it. I'm going to pass it to my kids. And when they put me down in the ground, my kids will probably drive it that day, unless it's raining. And then they will not. So that's my thoughts on that.
And the run row behind.
Emma Moon, Charlotte Observer. I was just wondering, right here, sorry.
Sorry, there we go, I got you.
Can you just describe what you've seen from Johnny King's leadership, being one of the longstanding veteran presences on the team?
Man, I tell you, I believe he was, in accepting the job and getting in front of the team, I went to Las Vegas for Coach Solich's introduction to Hall of Fame. So, and UNC Charlotte was starting finals on that Monday. And then when I got done with the Hall of Fame, they were already scattered. And so all my one-on-one conversations were on the phone and calling a parent. Mr. King lives drivable distance as he's in state. And I got back, and we had talked on the phone, and I said, I'm going to be back. I got back Thursday night. I'll be in the office Friday. Johnny was 9 o'clock in the morning. You know, I think he'd done with the finals. I think he went home and drove back. And I knew of Johnny. I'd seen a little bit of film. I hadn't studied film, but I knew that we wanted to keep 52. All right, and 6, and 40. I can keep going. But Johnny's sitting there, and I could just tell. Hey, it was the most impressive hour conversation with a young man who had multiple power force offers. I don't know what the money was, but it had to have been a lot. I mean, and that young man, he loves UNC Charlotte. I mean, I get teary-eyed. His passion and what he's about, man of faith. Talked to his mom on the phone. Is one of the most powerful conversations I've ever had. And I did not try to guilt him. I just told him this is what we're doing. From our commissioner's comments to the question over here. And hey, it's not going to be me versus you, buddy. It's going to be me and our staff with you. And let him, hey, go visit. You know, there was no bag of cash. And just told him what we're going to do. And you know, said a couple prayers and crossed my fingers. And he calls and says, I'm canceling my last visit to stay. And off we went. And then they started dominoing. And so, pretty awesome. Proud of both of them. Looking forward to seeing them play.
Final question will come from still on the left side, Coach, third row.
Coach Luke Zalman, if you bring up the selflessness that you want to see within your team that they've already shown you, you come from a big family, you know what that means. How have you seen them show that so far, and the vulnerability that they bring to these meetings? How are you seeing that kind of play within selflessness as well as a team?
I said this earlier at some point. My observation through spring practice and then the transformation from spring to all the new guys through OTAs. As I walk around and see our guys teach, there is a selfless group now, accepting roles, and that starts with your staff. support staff, coaching and support staff, they have created, it's not, well, they've all bought in. Johnny King's bought in, JQ's bought in. But it's because of, the resources that Director Hill, our chancellor, have given me to put this thing together. I pinch myself every day because of the environment that staff has created. I mean, we have got some elite guys. I mean, this can't be a bus stop program. It can't, staff and player. All right? And so they are master of what they do. They get it. And our team, and that's the unselfishness and accepting your role, is going to put us way ahead as we push forward through August. Now, hey, it's fixing to get hot. It's fixing to get hard. It's been a ball and no helmet, and it's been hot, but it's 30 minutes. Things are fixing to get cranked up here. And we're going to push them to the edge of that cliff, and we're going to see. But that's why football's the greatest game on the planet, as our commissioner said today. I think he's got my notebook over there and stole some of my notes, because it teaches the best life lessons there you can get. The discipline piece of this, resiliency, life skills that they take, that they're going to see from our staff, that I'm just describing to you, about how to be a great husband and how to be a great father. And you pay your rent on time, and you get a parking pass. I mean, all of it. Because we want a locker room full of good men. You get a locker room full of good men, and you get the behaviors right, the results will come. We're going to have a good football team. I don't know when, but it's gonna happen. And our coaching staff, I want to get this in here. Hey, we're approaching this with the portal. It's not all bad. We're going to approach this thing as this is not year one, it's year 3. What does that mean? Our mindset is this is year 3. The guys that we brought in, it's not 56 freshmen. All right, we got a good nucleus coming back with those 52 guys. 2 of them are here. So let's have a year 3 mentality. And I think a good goal for us would be, let's have that last game of the season. Let's have that game. It's for something. What's that something? What is that something? I don't know. I think our last game's Tulane. I want that game I want it to be for something. That's what we want. Not be last. Get to a bowl for the championship, whatever it might be. That's what we're after to get done.
Coach, that's all the time. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Go Niners.
We will wrap up with UTSA.
All right, everybody, thank you for hanging in and being with us here today. Our last coach today is Jeff Traylor from UTSA. Coach Traylor is, I don't know how else to describe it. Coach Traylor is really one of a kind. And he's had 5 winning seasons in his 5 years as a college head coach. They won 7 total games at UTSA. 7 total games in 3 years before he took the job. And I think his high school coaching career is well chronicled. But I did want to, ask everybody to join me in congratulating Coach Traylor. Was inducted into the Texas High School Coaches Association Hall of Fame last Saturday. So we can give him a round of applause. The one thing I know about this league is I don't think a lot of coaches are really excited about playing in San Antonio. Coach Traylor has a remarkable record, 29-3 in the Alamo Dome. And it really reinforces this triangle of toughness mantra that they promote. But what I love about Coach Traylor, and I've had a great relationship with him, is we get on the phone and we just break it down and shoot it straight. There are things that he's helped me with, and I'm hopeful that there are things that I've been able to help him with. But, UTSA is on an incredibly positive track with this program, and we're really excited to have Coach Traylor in the league. So with that, Jeff Traylor.
Appreciate y'all hanging around. I know y'all got better places to be, and you're tired, as we all are, so thank you for staying. First of all, really appreciate all Tim has done for our league. He's a visionary. He's been doing so many different things in his career, being an AD, in and out of TV situations. He just understands the game so much. He's been a great refreshing for all of our coaches to give us hope in a time where we all need hope. And grateful for Tim and his staff for what they've done this week. It's really been well done. As far as the UTSA, I'll speak on our 5 years first. Tim hit the 29-3 home record. The 46 wins is the most in the state of Texas during that time, which is an incredible accomplishment. There's a lot of great schools in the state of Texas. But to be frank, I thought we underachieved last year. I thought we had a better football team than what we played. We did finish very strong. Whenever you win 4 of your last 5 games, lost to a very good Army game where we were driving on the last play, the last possession of the game, and Army stopped us. But I don't want to put, lipstick on a pig. We were not good early in the year. I thought we were undisciplined. We gave it too many big plays. And you can't win on the road, and you can't win championships when you're undisciplined and you give up big plays and you can't run the football. And we couldn't do those things last year. So those things have been addressed. We're very excited about our quarterback, Owen McCallum. And I think because he chose to come back, all those offensive great players that are young all came back with him. Really excited about McEwen and Amador at wide receiver. Our running back, Robert Henry, is back. All of our line is back. We picked up some good players as well. Our tight end room's as good as anybody in the country. I feel like that with Dan and Patrick and Houston. Defensively, we lost all 11 starters. I don't know if that's ever been done before, but we just did it. We lost them all. A couple in the transfer portal, the rest to graduation. Lost both of our kickers in the portal. So that was interesting. I've never had that happen, to lose your starter and your backup in one spring. So that's unique. Our punter is back. So I think our schedule's really tough. It's one of the toughest non-conference schedules we've ever had. Opened up with A&M. Coach Elko does a great job. Obviously, G.J. Kinney, my former quarterback at Texas State, we have them next. We have a little hometown deal with UIW. They won 11 games last year, and then we go on the road to play Jay Norvell and Colorado State. So feel free for any questions, and thanks for being here again.
All right, we'll take questions for Coach. Please raise your hand, and we'll get a microphone to you. Just introduce yourself and your affiliation prior to you asking your question, and we'll be in the third row on the right with league winners.
Coach, Thomas Christopher from the league winners. How are you doing today?
I'm great.
The program went undefeated at home last season. What makes the Alamo Dome such a fortress, and how are you rallying San Antonio fans to keep an edge against tough opponents on the upcoming schedule?
Yeah, our fans have been great since day one. I really can't explain the connection. It's almost like an Avatar connection. I actually watched that movie the other night. This is weird, but we have some type of connection to the home tree in San Antonio that's really special. We get some kind of super spiritual powers when we play in that place, and it's just our fans. They get there early, they stay late. I just can't tell you how special our fans are in San Antonio, and it's not a coincidence that we vote for that 2 and that 1 and that 0. Our players wear those numbers with great pride, and we love our city, and they love us, and it's been a really fun 5 years.
We'll stay to the right side, second row. Justin.
Justin Jones, CarolinaGridiron.com. Coach, you have mentioned recently about the role of extreme ownership in the 2025 season. What do you want to see tangibly from your players to really put that extreme ownership vision into action?
Pretty sharp fella out there. Appreciate you listening. I've always had that as a mantra, that everything on that field's a reflection of me, the good and the bad. So obviously I've taken ownership. I've got to get my players to take more extreme ownership. Rules without relationships equals rebellion. Anybody can make a bunch of rules, but when you're on their tails like I am right now about the smallest thing, I'm going back like old school Jeff Traylor Gilmer Buckeyes 2000 Jeff Traylor, like prehistoric Jeff Traylor. It won't matter if Owen McCowan and Owen Pee-wee don't buy in. It doesn't matter if Devin McEwen, Houston Thomas, Shad Banks, Kendrick Blackshire, Cam Cooper, Vic Shaw. If those guys don't buy in, it doesn't matter. I'm just really trying to get our players to understand it's their team. There are no bad teams. They're just bad leaders. We've got to do a better job of developing our leaders. And we've taken great responsibility in doing that, but somehow we missed the mark last year. I will blame myself probably by trying to keep my kids out of the transfer portal. We might have got a little too loose. And I told them when the season started in January, I didn't want to lose any of them. But I told them my goal this year is to get your butt in the transfer portal. I want to make this thing so hot. So I want us to be so comfortable being uncomfortable. I really want them pissed off every day. Now, we were lucky because we didn't lose hardly any of them in the portal. But it's been hot and heated, and I just didn't want, like I said in my opening statement, I didn't want to put lipstick on a pig because we finished so strong and winning that bowl game that we didn't forget the pain we went through early in the year.
Questions for Coach? We have two. We'll stick over there with league winners, and then we'll move over here to JJ in the third row on the left.
Hey, Coach, Thomas Christopher again. You know, you're a Texas boy. Outside of the 2 years, too, in your coaching tenure, you've also been a Texas boy. Can you talk about how that has given you an edge on the recruiting line, even though, you know, you're competing with, you know, P4 and other big programs within the state, how your experience, both as a high school coach in the state and, you know, as a college coach in the state has kind of given you an edge over some of that?
Well, even when I was Fayetteville, they made me recruit in Texas the entire time, so I don't know how much I really left the state. Yeah, it's been a huge, huge advantage for us. Those guys are, you know, they're my buddies through and through, and they know the better that I do. Any of those guys that want to get in this world, it just makes it easier for them to get in this world. I'm extremely proud of, you know, John Kay, who's now the defensive coordinator at Rice from North Shore. All those guys that are my buddies, Joey McGuire at Texas Tech. We're Texas high school football coaches, and we're very proud of that. And we're very loyal to each other. And we get called everything from the mafia to a cult to Texas boys or whatever that wants to be. We're just really, we're thick, we're tight. And we compete like heck on Friday nights against each other. But as soon as the game's over, we're in each other's corner every day except for that 1 4-hour experience. So those guys are very loyal. They know if they send their players to me, we're going to take care of them. We're going to coach them hard, love them harder, and we're really proud to be that Texas Hall of Honor and the Texas Hall of Fame I was put into that Tim mentioned, some of the greatest honors of my life because the respect I have for the heroes that are in that association. Gary Joseph, Randy Allen. We could go on and on and on forever of those heroes, and really proud to be in that deal.
Coach, to your left, third row, JJ.
JJ Perez, Inside Runner Sports. Jeff, you talked about trying to right the ship from last season. What is the pressure associated with those kind of expectations and changes?
Well, when you win multiple championships like we have, those former teams put the pressure on. Pretty much at UTSA, it's championship or bust, and that's a good thing. Our kids feel that. They know that. They understand what it takes to win championships, and we know we didn't do what it took last year. So I would say no more extra pressure, JJ. You've heard me say it a million times, pressure is a privilege. Sure, was it nice my very first year when y'all were just happy we won a game, much less 7? I can remember literally when we beat Southern Miss, it might have been 3-2. We might have hit a double in the bottom of the 7th to go to our first bowl game, JJ, and me literally bowling to you through a Zoom. We were just so happy to go to a bowl. Now, if we go to a bowl, y'all are all like, what the heck? Why are we not winning championships? That's a good thing. Pressure is a privilege. My kids know that. We understand that. We're just in a really, really tough league that's coached by a lot of great men, and it's a really hard thing to do.
Any additional questions for Coach? Please raise your hand, and we'll get a microphone to you. Looks like fifth row in the back on the right side.
Coach, I'm Dave Mildenberg. I work for Business North Carolina Magazine just down the street. Congrats on your award in Texas. Used to live in Texas, Your friends at Tech, you mentioned McGuire, have made a lot of news about their investment in football. Has that affected you guys, and how would you comment on that?
Yeah, that's an active conversation Dr. Compost and I have all the time. We meet once every 2 weeks. She does a really good job of getting all of our fundraisers in a room together, and we know the goals we've got to get to. You know, the number's kind of mysterious in our league. Nobody really just comes out and says, this is what the number is. So that's kind of hard to work off of, but we want to be competitive. We have some built-in home court advantages. We have a great university. We have a great Alamo Dome to play in. We're in the state of Texas, but you've got to be somewhere in the ballpark financially to be able to get these players. So rev share is a real thing. All of our players were paid on time, July 1st. I just got an email that all their checks are ready to go for August the 1st. So I know we're good the first 2 months so far. We'll just keep trucking along. And obviously with this year's up, we'll have to meet again and see what that's going to look like for next year. I think the longer we do this, the more we'll kind of all learn where that number needs to be and what it's going to take. I don't think UTSA is in a position right now that we're going to be able to pay full money, and that's probably going to take a while for us to be able to pay, you know, the full $20 million. But for our league, that's what we've got to target right now to make sure we're competitive with the guys who are at the top of this thing. We've only been playing football at UTSA for 15 years. This is our 15th season. Now, I can't cut my administration too much slack because we'll get dead last, but I do want to at least make sure we know we've only been doing this 15 years, so we've got some heavy lifting to do to get our rev share numbers competitive with some teams that have been playing for over 100 years.
Coach, we have a question on the left side of the room, third row.
Coach, Matthew Bart with the Roost. You mentioned John Kay as one of the high school guys who's climbed the ranks. What was your reaction seeing him jump up to the coordinator position and seeing so many guys from that you used to coach with in high school coming up?
It doesn't surprise me. One of his former coaches, Joe Price, has been on my staff the entire time at North Shore. I've known John from a distance. I've watched him and admired him for years. It doesn't surprise me at all that he's in that role, and I promise you they'll play really good defense. Worked out perfect for him. His first DC job, he gets to work for a guy that's going to run the ball a whole bunch. So John's stats are going to be absolutely fantastic, and I'm thrilled for John Kay. I hope he just takes it easy on his former Texas high school buddy, that second conference ball game in the Alamo Dome.
We'll stick to the same row with JJ, back again.
Jeff, what's been the support like from San Antonio, and what are you expecting from the fan base that first home game and just the support overall to your program?
Well, we're trying to break the attendance record, and that's a pretty lofty number. It's good when Texas State's good and UTSA is good. That's a fun game, and really thrilled again for GJ's success. Our fans have been more than fantastic. Anytime we have to have something, there's about 50 people I can call, and of the 50, somebody's going to bail me out. They're going to get us through the situation. We've had more miracles in that town, and I don't want to start naming them all because somebody will get left out, but they're just special to me. And all of our fundraisers, when we meet and talk about them, they'll do anything for any sport in our program. They're just really good people. And San Antonio is truly one of the greatest cities to live in the entire country just because of